It's a day that ends in Y. So somebody's going to get canceled. On the docket for cancellation is George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. Damn it, StreamYard. Not George Jefferson. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. Invariably, every 2 or 3 years or so, they have to come after the founding fathers, so at least 1 or 2 of them at a time. This time on Twitter, for those of you who have time to waste, sometimes that happens to be me, this time it was George Jefferson and more specifically Thomas Jefferson. The reason why Thomas Jefferson has been selected for this struggle session, this post-mortem, 300 years too late post-mortem struggle session, is because Donald Trump brought him up. And the man made a good point that, yeah, if they could, these control freaks would go ahead and dig up the founding fathers out of their graves, put them on trial, put them through a struggle session, and then replace them, or remove them from Mount Rushmore, from the monuments and all these different places, and replace them with Al Sharpton and Oprah Winfrey. Today on the Bro Tep Show.
You, turn around.
You prefer the view from behind?
No, well, yes. You know I can't lie.
We've let too many of these control freaks have their sway in society. Some of you may remember Big Red.
Shut the fuck up for the 50th billionth time, and if you'd fucking listen. Can you shut the fuck up for a second, too? Rape accusations discredit rape victims, which reinforces rape culture, which is part of patriarchy. The idea of certain people are inherently more valuable than other people because of superficial physical attributes is part of patriarchy. The idea that men should coddle and provide for women and or purchase their affections in romantic context is condescending and damaging and part of patriarchy. I'm reading, fuckface. The fact that women have long been shut out of dangerous industrial jobs by men, by the way, is part of patriarchy. The idea that women are too weak to fight or too delicate to function in a military setting is part of patriarchy. Is part of patriarchy. Part of patriarchy. I don't know if you're noticing a theme. Patriarchy. Anyways, I'm not done. Not done. Shut the fuck up. Feminists do not want you. Shut the fuck up. Let me finish my list. Patriarchy. 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 Feminists hate patriarchy. We do not hate you, fuckface.
Right, so these people never built anything. They never even come close to building anything or contribute to building anything. But they will go ahead and dig up people. Even someone like John Wayne, right, who was not the most brilliant soul of a human being on the planet. He was not the most moral, nor has anyone been that moral, right? Who was the most moral? Supposedly walked the planet? Jesus Christ, right? All of us in comparison fall short. If you believe in Jesus Christ, if you don't, whatever it is, right? But these people, they have zero sense of irony or self-awareness that they would actually go back into, 1700s, 1800s, whenever. I think that was between that time that Thomas Jefferson lived. They will go back to that time with all the ancient sensibilities of that time and they will use 2021's moral standards to judge that person by those standards. That's what they do. And they will bring their Marxist hand-me-downs, like struggle sessions, to the person they're attempting to cancel. The other person, aside from the founding fathers, for example, who they keep attempting to cancel every few, I'd say, weeks at this point, is Gina Carano. I think you guys will remember that she had an interview, and I know that Daily Wire is gonna put a copyright claim on this for the, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds worth of footage that I have on it, but I have to do that in order for you guys to get the point here. Gina Carano experienced an attempt at a struggle session, and here it is.
Like almost like 2 words, this ridiculous thing. And they were like, and they just said it was not apologetic enough. And all of these Lucasfilm employees are railing me on their websites. I mean, one of them, a creative director, had a GoFundMe, and in the GoFundMe bio, it was like, "This is because our ignorant actress," and and like it was like you. So they wanted me to get on the phone with like 40 of their LGBTQ community, not on the phone, on Zoom, and I felt like you're all these people, all your employees are slandering the hell out of me right now. You think I want to get on a video where they can then film it?
That's what it is. The hand-me-down method or methodology of social conditioning or social engineering that they got from the Marxists. One called, well, specifically the Maoists, one called struggle sessions. They tried to actually do it to someone who's living, like Gina Carano, but they have zero lapse in logic, right? Zero self-awareness of the lapse in logic of trying to do a struggle session on a dead person who's been dead about 200-300 years. They have zero sense of logic about that. All right. Someone like John Wayne, they dug up, just like they were digging him up, they dug up an interview that he did about circa 1980, 1984 with Playboy, where he said not so nice things about black people. I being black myself, I didn't appreciate those things that were said, but I can actually compartmentalize. I can put these things in their proper place, that this is a man of his time. I mean, granted, the 80s were not that super racist compared to, like, say, the 40s or 50s, but John Wayne himself was a man of the 40s and 50s. He was in black and white movies, for Pete's sake. So around 1980, you got a guy who's the bulk of his life, when his brain had the most neuroplasticity in it, his teens, 20s, 30s, 40s. You have a guy from that era whose most malleable time in his brain and his formation was during the racist eras. So around the 80s, he was already an old man. And then you ask him the question, and in the 80s, like, hey, what do you think of black, what do you call it, white supremacy and black empowerment? Look, you asked him that in the 1980s, right? In the 1980s, you asked him, what do you think of black empowerment and white supremacy? He's gonna give you a 1940 answer, because that's where he's from. He's not gonna give you a 1980s answer. So even those things are far in the past, because in the 2020s, these people are digging up that old interview. So not only were the people in 1980s were trying to judge him, right, by the standards of 1980s when he grew up and his brain was formed in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. No. Now in the 2020s, we're going to go back and dig that thing up. We're going to say, you know what? According to the super liberal Marxist era standards, we're gonna judge that guy his 1930s sensibilities by 2021 standards. I'd like to know if anyone can figure out leftist logic. If you can, please enlighten me and let me know, right? Get on the panel. The link is pinned so you can get on the panel, or you can stay in the chat and let me know if you figured it out, because I haven't figured it out. For example, in other news, there was an attempted mass shooting. This scumbag came out of his truck, and he had been stalking a police officer. He came out of his truck with a shotgun, and he called the police. The thing is, he could have shot the cop in the back, right? But this piece of shit called the cop's name out so the cop can turn around, so he can see the look on his face when he blows him away, and he shot him, right? And it looks like he was going to go shoot other cops or even turn his gun on other people, like civilians. And then there's this guy named John Hurley who immediately upon seeing that, and I'm thinking that a lot of these guys, people like John Hurley, they've seen these mass shootings and they know that time is precious. The moment you see it, you have to act because lives are at stake. So immediately upon hearing the shot, he's going in the direction of the gun report. Once he gets there and he saw what the scumbag did, immediately took action, took him out. When police got there, because police in this country are unbelievably poorly trained, because they're unbelievably poorly trained, they came there, they blew this guy away. There was no, hey, let's seek cover and ask him to put his gun down. There was no, oh, let's see if he's actually shooting people. No. Immediately blew him away. Because we have cowards training cops and training regular cops who are regular people. They're training these cops to be cowards. So the Young Turks, they had opinions on this. And the Young Turks' opinion, again, I need someone to basically make me see the logic of the left, the super liberal left. The Young Turks' takeaway from this whole thing is not that, hey, cops are poorly trained. Let's train them so that they can recognize a good guy with a gun, because John Hurley was, this guy was John McClane that day, right? Good guy, right person at the right time. But the Young Turks' takeaway was, let's get rid of all these guns. If we don't have all these, okay, so here's the thing, Anna and Cenk. If that guy, that good guy with a gun, wasn't armed, what would have happened when that scumbag blew the cop away? Oh, I get it. You're gonna say, well, the scumbag wouldn't have the guns too, because, you know, the guns would be illegal. Okay, the scumbag is a criminal. Anna and Cenk, do you have some sort of plan for me on how to keep criminals from engaging in criminal acts like getting their hands on firearms illegally? The only thing you're ensuring is that police and criminals will have guns, and we, the normal people, will be undefended. Cops can't defend you. They're not superheroes. They don't have super speed. They're not the Flash. They can't be here on time. You have to defend yourself until they get here. Cops are, at best, deterrent. So you know that if you behave wrongly, a cop will show up and put you in jail. That's the deterrent. But you can't expect them to be superhuman, like you dial 911 and expect them to show the fuck up like a genie. Again, the logic of the left confounds me, confuses me, perplexes me. The other thing about the left that perplexes me is that Anna and Cenk are multimillionaires. Yeah, it's gotten to that point that these two yahoos are multimillionaires. And so with multimillionaires, they don't have guns, but you know who does? Their bodyguards. So Cenk and Anna are protected by people with firearms, but they want you to remain unprotected. Anyhow, I'm gonna open the panel here, and Greg is on board. Oh, Watching Zurich is also here. Morena Reyes is in the hizzy. Only JS is in the house. What's going on? I hope everyone's having a happy 4th of July. We had already had the Juneteenth, and then now we have 4th of July. And, I hope everyone's having a nice series of holidays here. But what's going on, Greg?
Oh yeah, what's
I
up,
heard
brother?
I heard you in Twitter jail.
Oh yes, no explanation, of course, and so now I'm suspended on both Facebook and Twitter. I said
Wow.
nothing, absolutely nothing, since I came off my last suspension on Twitter that could be construed as hate speech or anything like. Ooh, what happened there? Why did it shift?
Oh, your camera slid or something like that.
That's weird. Didn't move at all. That's strange.
Hold on, let me
Anyway,
see.
oh, you did it.
Yeah, that's my camera split. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, they're doing their usual stuff. I'm really seriously contemplating doing a class action lawsuit, like launching one this year against Facebook and Twitter both, because I've got evidence of political discrimination against me from both platforms. Lots of evidence of it, a few years of evidence. It's not something that they could easily say, oh, well, these things happen because of our we're working on our algorithms and blah, blah. No, this is very clear cut political discrimination in which somebody is allowed to, and even this, I've put these through to reviews where allegedly a human looked at, the interactions, and I was the one punished, where I'm literally just speaking my mind. Like I would say a comment, not replying to anybody, just say a comment. Like, well, I think people need, like, for example, Second Amendment type of topic. I'd be like, well, people need to be able to defend themselves and not rely on the police. Basically the same thing you just said.
Yeah.
And then some SJW would come in and start calling me a murderer.
Yeah.
Which by the way is slander. That's felony. Yeah. You're not allowed to accuse somebody. You can't just go around willy-nilly accusing people of murder, rape, theft, anything like that. That's called slander. And so, they'll be doing this kind of stuff. And I'll be like, what do you mean murderer? I just don't want my people to be murdered. I'll elaborate and I'll say there's no way you could see hate speech in there. Right. And they'll go off on me. I've had death threats right there in those types of interactions. And then I get suspended for 30 days. But I can still see that group where the interaction's happening, and they just keep going on and on and on for days. I keep getting notifications for many days, week, whatever. So I know they didn't get in trouble as well. And so you start seeing it's always the liberal topics, the psyops topics. And what's going on now is they're especially keeping me silent on these platforms because of the vaccine scam. Because I'm one of those. I'm one of those people who are sharing videos of legitimate doctors, biologists, on all these different types of actual experts, the people we're supposed to consider. We're supposed to consider their word in anything that pertains to their fields, right? That's what a logical adult is expected to do. You don't listen to the mechanic. That's changing your tires, you know what I mean, about nuclear fission, unless he happens to also study nuclear fission or something, right? But you go to a nuclear physicist for those types of topics, that type of expertise. And these people, and by these people, they're not fringe people or anything like that. We're talking thousands of experts around the world, and this information is being repressed. It is actually, there is blowback that is successful in multiple countries. There's even some blowback that has been successful here in the States. Legal actions taken against state governments, things like that, and winning. So everything looks very confusing to me because for all intents and purposes, it looks to me like we have a global crime ring for sure that is pushing for the final bits of power they don't already have all over the globe and using politicians they've planted in there and that they pay, to enact it, and their economic systems that they control, like the banking systems, as well as the corporations. All of this looks very clear. You can follow the money trails. And in fact, they're even blatant about it. They're out in the open telling us their plans now, have been for the last year. But there seems to be maybe this is hopeful, or maybe it's another psyops that I'm not picking up on yet, or maybe a continuation or the next stage. But we have people in government, different states and different parts of the country, who have been up against this basically, and have prevented a lot of the draconian measures from happening in their regions, certain towns, certain states. I don't know what to make of anything now. I just know this: I don't trust anyone, and I think if you trust the media, any politicians or anybody right now with power and corporations, anybody like that, you are an idiot, and you are killing the rest of us. You're the drunk driver in charge of driving the car that we're riding in, that we can't get out of the car because it's going like 130 miles per fucking hour. Wow. We can't get out of the car. But because you people are not paying attention, and you're just calling people like me conspiracy theorists, and you're not listening to doctors and biologists and some people in governments around the, well, I just said don't listen to governments, but Italy's government's been fighting the World Health Organization from the beginning of all this. So that's a government that's I've been paying attention to, and I've been listening to, because they're trying to figure out what's going on. There are a few other governments. Bolivia said fuck off. Bolivia has been actually successfully resisting NWO psyops and social engineering now for a long time, which is why they've been under constant economic attacks. And also, I believe that's also why there are drug cartel powers, taking over entire chunks of that country. I don't think the cartels are independent, like citizens who sell drugs. No, I believe it's all CIA, MI6, Mossad. They're all getting
they're all backed by a lot of these people. And I'd like to say that it's not the opposition to it. Some of it might be controlled opposition, but we have to understand that these people, they keep putting feelers out there. Okay, can we do it now? They've been wanting to do this stuff for a long time. It's just that people are hyper vigilant. People are not stupid. They'd like to think that we are, but we're hyper vigilant. So anytime they want to pull off this new world order they're trying to come up with, and they put feelers out there, and they see, okay, the people are still awake. We have to come back in a few years. Okay, the people are still awake. Since back in the millennium, the Y2K bug, remember that? They wanted to. They've been trying to do all this, turn everyone gay, screw up the birth rates with excess abortions and all these different things, and getting drugs in every community. They've been doing that stuff for a long time, and they've been putting feelers out there. Can we do it now? Are the people stupefied enough yet for us to actually rule over them and make them into sheep? So every time they try it, they see that the people are like, whoa, wait a minute, fuck you doing? And they're like, okay, we have to come back. Let's come back in a few years. Let's put more nonsense in their movies. Let's put more lead and what's that other shit they put in your water out in Philly? They were putting this chloride, chloride. Let's put more lead and chloride in their water.
It's fluoride with
fluoride, fluoride, lead and fluoride in their water. Let's put more chemicals into their food and drink. And then they come back a couple of years. Are they stupefied enough yet? Have their children been born with enough brain damage? Because there's a lot of children being born now where you can see like their attention span is not what ours were when we were children. They're sitting here watching these stupid ass videos on YouTube. I mean, we're hypocrites, we're on YouTube, but they're watching these stupid ass videos on YouTube where we used to watch whole skits like College Humor. These people are watching TikTok length videos for immediate gratification. And I'm like, wait a minute, what kind of payoff do you get to this humor? And it goes that small too. It goes that it's that microcosmic a thing where if you can't pay attention to hear the length of a joke, how do I expect you to?
Hello? Did they get you? I think they got him, guys, if you can hear me. Google. Blah. Unreal.
Enough yet? Are you dumbass enough yet? No.
There you are.
Let's come. Yeah, cool. No, let's come back next year. All right, guys, pump more fluoride into the water.
You know what they're doing.
Put more GMO into their food.
Well, we're at the point now where they don't. We're at the point now where they don't have much more time. They're not being patient anymore. In fact, they're very desperate. Mm-hmm. And we can see this because they're just push constantly, and it's having some effect. It's showing who's not paying attention. It's showing who. You said a lot of people aren't stupid. A lot of people are stupid in a lot of areas. A lot of people are smart in a lot of areas, and they've kept us busy for a long time, just trying to survive. Kept us real busy. This is why it's funny. Almost all of the, pretty much all of the SJW talking points are pretty funny, considering the fact that there aren't that many people out there that are, for example, white supremacists or black supremacists or things like that. Because nobody's got time to be. That's the shit for people with idle hands. It's not the shit for people trying to survive, hustling. Yeah. Try to do their thing, unless they're running that kind of a hustle specifically. Like, I see a lot of people without talent that are just saying, hey, I'm black, support me, or I'm woman, support me, or I'm gay, support me. That's
right in comics.
Every industry.
You can,
every industry.
You can immediately see it in comics, movies, video games. Yep, that's true.
Yeah, all across the board. So those people are the exception because they're obviously in on the scam. They're a part of it. But the useful idiots, they just don't. Let me tell you something, man. I'm a pretty rebellious guy, really stubborn. When I feel I'm right, very stubborn, and still, for a couple weeks back in I think 2007, I don't know, sometime in the mid 2000s there. I was tricked into becoming a New Ager for a bit. The New Age spiritual Fruit Loops that think that, I was tricked into it through pseudoscience because I've always been an avid science, sort of street scholar. Always been into it, and I learned a lot of really good stuff that's applicable, through my studies over the years. And then at some point, a lot of the science going around was pseudoscience, and one by one I had to unravel and figure out which was the real deal or not. Well, at first I thought quantum physics was the real deal, and it took a long time. Hey, there's Paul. What's up, brother? It took a long time before I was even able to find interviews with physicists who were conducting experiments in so-called quantum physics, and all of them invariably said, if this data that we have uncovered has any value or use or application, we have no idea. We don't know if it's relevant, and we probably won't know for decades, if even that soon. And then I turn around and I look on Facebook and it says physicists have discovered life after death, and that was, I started noticing that afterward, but I got sucked into it first. And a buddy of mine, one of my best friends, said to me one day, I was preaching my bullshit. That's how they train. You get trained to preach it. You're always like, oh, everything's positive and the universe is beautiful, and all that bullshit. I was high on it. I actually, for the first time, experienced religious bliss because I've never been religious.
Okay.
And it's pitched to you that it's not religion, And my buddy said to me, that shit's all bullshit, bro. He said, think of all the times you were highly positive, absolutely 100% positive. You put the work in, you did everything you should have done in all these different creative projects, and some negative asshole came in and fucked it all up and destroyed it. You didn't get back what you put out, did you? And I think at first, if my memory serves, at first I reacted with cognitive dissonance. I'm ashamed to tell this story, by the way. I really am. They got me this time. Alex Jones also got me back in '99. I followed him for about 6 months and was believing his bullshit because of some of the legit stories he was covering that was evidenced. This is how I learned how they work. And basically, he said that to me, and I probably reacted. And then later that day, I kept thinking about it because this is one of my closest friends who knows me really well and had been there through my struggles, and things like that. I said, he's right. I was positive. I'm mostly a positive person, as default. I'm just a goofy guy and shit like that. I'm a clown, really. And but I get all this negative shit flung at me. Oftentimes when I'm being a clown or being positive, having fun, putting out that fun energy and stuff, somebody around will be negative. Like, he's right. It's just, and I sat there, and the longer I thought, the more incidents, one after another, started popping up. Hindsight, I started looking back going, he's absolutely right. This is fucking, how did they get me? How the fuck did they get me? I got fucking pissed off, really fucking pissed off, like ready to fucking fight, pissed off. And I started looking into this deeper. And I realized that they had been, and different agents in social media pretending to be Facebook friends and stuff had been manipulating me for a while. I started tearing apart some of my back messages with different people who were highly spiritual, who had been interacting with me, during that period. And I could see there were these people swaying me along the way because I understood the swaying technique and all that kind of manipulation. And I'm sitting there going, these motherfuckers got me, the rebel, the guy, with the fucking iron head that you can't penetrate with fucking concepts like that, they got me. And it made me realize they could get anyone. And for anyone to think that you can't be manipulated and brainwashed by these psyops, you're an idiot if you think so. And you're opening yourself up even better, like opening your defenses up to those motherfuckers.
Yeah, yep. The ones who say they can't fall for it, yeah, they're the ones who will fall for it. They catch you slipping. They catch you slipping.
I kind of feel like it happened to me. So I kind of feel like it can happen to anyone because I'm just an open-minded guy. I look for evidence. And finally, after I don't know how many hundreds of psyops, finally this one was cleverly constructed enough for my, I guess, demographic, right? Because that's what's going on. When you're talking about the things that are happening to black men through culture and all this stuff, what you're actually talking about is the specific projects that are targeting that demographic. Yeah. So white guys, white males, like white heterosexual males are another one, super consumer females, Hispanics, you name it. All of them are demographics with their own kind of psyops and targeted. And the main theme is that we are all cattle. We're all their cattle. And you can say, anybody out there can go, I ain't nobody's cattle, I ain't nobody's bitch, blah, 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 all that kind of big dog fronting shit, bullshit. You are. We all are. I'm fucking cattle. Moo, motherfuckers. Fucking moo. Look at me chew my cud right now. See this? This is a salt lick right here. I'm chewing my fucking cud. I'm fucking cattle. And you all need to fucking admit it too. Because the sooner we admit that we are fucking cattle, the sooner we might break out of this fucking fence and take out the farmer and fucking live the way we're supposed to be fucking living. And I'm sick of all these side topics. I'm sick of everybody whining about all these side effects. I want action. I want real action. It's going to be violent. There's no way around it. Stop being bitches. Start being men. We have to stop the right people, guys. They're trying to put us into action against each other. All right. Anybody connected to the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, the UN, any of these governments, including the US, Canada. Okay. I don't give a fuck who your savior is. Okay. He's wrong. He's evil. He's working for them, dickheads. He and she.
You mean the supermodel up there in Canada?
All of them.
What's his name?
All of them.
The high cheekbones and the coiffed hair.
They're fake. They're fucking traitors. This isn't the United States of America anymore. It's the United States of China. Look around at the things happening. This is communism, like coming into effect right now. Okay, this is how they live in China, but not as bad yet. It's going bit by bit, and they've already showed us the next steps that they are taking, unless we fucking stop them. And it's going to be within a year. It's going to be all out China or all out war here in the States. So it's not going to be us making the choice which, unfortunately, because we're a bunch of passive, aggressive little pussies. Okay, I don't see any alpha male champions out there. The toughest motherfuckers I know are pussies who are sucking it up to the man right here. We're all pussies. We're not men.
Hold on. Let me see who's in the hizzy. ZacariasVEVO and Paul Michael Roper. What's good, guys? What's going on? All right. Mm-hmm. Cool. What's up, Paul? Paul keeps getting yanked out. The overlords got him. What's going on, Zacharias?
Yeah, talking about Thomas Jefferson. I joined in. I just came in. The 4th of July.
Well, I barely heard what you said. You said, what about Thomas Jefferson?
That's all you're talking about. I just barely came in, so I'm lost.
Oh yeah. I mean, no, we were talking about how sometimes we're being manipulated by media and other forces, right? But the initial talk was about the bi-yearly attempt for canceling George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. The attempt of a lot of these control freaks to dig up the graves of long dead people and put those people on trial for crimes that they committed in 1700, 1800s, and judge them by today's standards, right? So what do you think about that?
That's stupid. They did. I mean, only God can judge him.
Yeah. And they did that to John Wayne too. John Wayne, they pulled out some sort of article that he did an interview with Playboy, where he said some not so nice things about black people. Black people are stupid, and the white supremacy should persist until black people get their act together. Until then, black man shouldn't. But all these different things. Now,
new. Many people thought like that back in the day. They still do.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it was a little fucked up because he said in the 1980s, and 1980s was not the 1800s. You know what I mean? But at the same time, John Wayne himself, right? Look, John Wayne, he was in black. When he was in his 20s. The guy was in black and white movies.
I know
that. So he's a very, very old guy. And,
I know.
His formative years were spent in the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, whatever. I forget which ones. But that means his sensibilities are from that era, where Jim Crow was the law of the land, right?
My parents was that time.
Yeah. So how are you going to pull that man out of his grave and then judge him by the standards of 2021? They keep doing this stuff, and it makes us look bad.
He also worked for the CIA, by the way.
Oh, who that? The control freaks.
Most of the celebrities of the last 80 years,
wow,
have worked for the CIA. At least 80, 70 years. I'm not sure. I'm not going to do math right now, but John Lennon, Grateful Dead, Bob Dylan. Pretty much all the actors, pretty much. John Wayne was so fake that, the way he spoke and his behavior and all that, none of that was his. That was all Wyatt Earp. He actually worked with Wyatt Earp early in his career. He was just a regular crew guy, and Wyatt Earp was in some movies or whatever, working in some movies at the time. So he got to be around Wyatt Earp. And so he mimicked his behavior, and that's not John Wayne.
Wyatt Earp?
The real one.
I thought that was an ancient cowboy, like an old cowboy. He became an actor?
That was 1800s. That was late 1800s at that.
Yeah. But then, like,
people live like 80, 100 years,
yeah,
60 years.
that's weird. Yeah, I mean, I never thought that he. So Wyatt Earp became a consultant on like movies later on. I never read up on Wyatt Earp like that.
Yeah, and
Holy shit.
John Wayne was just a low man on the totem pole in the crew, carrying shit, setting things up, and he paid attention. He mimicked the way Wyatt spoke and behaved. So what's kind of cool about that is when you look at John Wayne in those movies, you're getting probably the closest to a performance of how the Old West men actually behaved and talked.
Oh, how they spoke. Oh,
as
shit.
you could get.
So
because
Wyatt
that's directly from Wyatt Earp. What's that?
So Wyatt spoke like that, huh?
Yeah, that's how. That was his behavior. I mean, I'm sure it's close.
Crazy.
I'm sure it was close behavior. I mean, those of us who mimic behavior and things, like I used to do impressions, and we all know guys that can talk like Beavis and Butthead or whatever. But like there's always a little bit off. Usually.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm sure, but it's very close. It's very close. So
I'm just glad
like you said, those were formative years of John Wayne too. So he had ended up adopting that personality, but that wasn't originally his personality.
Wow, my mind is blown. That's
they're all fake.
No, well, I mean, I don't mean the fakeness of him. I mean, like,
right.
My mind is blown that's how they spoke in the West. Like, that's cool.
Well, think about this: the slow draw.
Yeah,
things moved very slowly in the West. Like, it wasn't wild. Okay, I've studied actual history and I studied that period, and it was very boring and slow and peaceful. Nobody was in a rush to do anything. You might have one bar fight a month in the worst areas of the country. That's why certain stories stand out. Like Billy the Kid stood out, and the showdown at Tombstone stood out, and the Hatfield and McCoys, and pretty much everything else is Hollywood fiction.
Oh shit!
It was a bunch of people working, like mostly not even working, like people lounging around, drinking moonshine. In the case of the West, they were driving huge herds of cattle. And they just would sit there and chill around campfires when they weren't riding on their horses. That's why they would write memoirs. They would play instruments, things like that, to keep busy.
I mean, there's a significant amount of truth to how you see some of your old grandparents. I'm actually talking to whoever's watching. It's like there's a little truth to how your grandparents used to like just sit out in front of your front porch, just looking outside. They don't have to do much. They just have to look outside. That's usually what their parents and their grandparents used to do most of their own days, because that's exactly what ended up as their basic playtime or their basic me time, because they had nothing else to do.
Well, that's because they weren't living in pretty much literal slavery like we are today, because we have to work all day, use our best hours and our best years up. I mean, people don't think it's slavery because we're kind of free range slaves. We get to pick our transportation if we can afford to, that is. And all these types of little things. We get to have some entertainment, which, by the way, is ending in the near future. Well, it's already ending. They've already been destroyed, all of our entertainment. But slaves aren't allowed to have it anymore. I think we got new guys in charge or something. Next generation or whatever is wanting to go back to the old ways. That's what I think I see happening, is a shift to the old ways of slavery. Instead of tricking the cattle, now they're just going to be like, you guys are cattle. Fucking deal with it, bitches. I think that's what they're doing.
Wow.
I think that's what we're facing. China's already doing it, has been doing it. And it seems like they're in charge of our country now. So none of this shit would fly in any country known as the United States of America. I'm not saying the United States of America hasn't always been corrupt from the beginning. It has. The federal government's always been absolutely corrupt. But what we're seeing now is United States of China.
Jesus. Paul, before you get pulled off the stream again, can you give us your 2 cents on what's been going on? Can you
What do
hear
you
us?
mean? What's going on?
No, the
I
various
can hear you. I've just
happen.
not been on the stream. That's
Oh, okay. Like for example, they're
where
canceling
is what, sorry?
forefathers. Uh, no, they're canceling forefathers.
Oh,
It's not only in the United
nowhere.
States. I hear you're out in the. Can you hear me?
Oh
Paul, can you
yeah,
hear me?
omitting things from history. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you know.
You have about a 4 second
Yeah, I can hear
delay
you.
there.
Oh, 4 second delay.
Seems
Okay.
4 or 5 second delay.
Well,
Somewhere.
yeah, okay. So just like they're doing here in the States, I hear that some people out in Europe, they're getting their statues pulled down as well, right? So some statues out
Oh,
in Belgium, in France, some of these things were happening. They were pulling statues down
yeah.
of quote unquote colonizers. How do you feel about that stuff?
Yeah. Hmm. Right. God, I don't want to come off with sounding, like, oh, I'm not liberal. I'm honest. There's a difference. I have a multitude of friends, but I don't sit there saying, I don't have a catalogue of friends. I haven't got a gay friend, a black friend, a guy with, long hair, short hair. I've got
You
friends,
don't
I've
need
got family.
tokenized
Okay.
people.
So it's the thing about it is when you're getting statues pulled down, you've got to have a reason for them to be pulled down. Like, I don't know whether you heard about a guy called Jimmy Savile that was over in this country. He did a ton of things for charity work, but finally it was outed that he was, he was a paedophile, simple as, and he was literally, the things he's done, deplorable. So he had his monument pulled down to him because he did a ton of charity work for kids as well, but all at the same time he was going into the mental hospitals with people that were, you're just wrong. If you're going to pull down statues, there has to be a valid point as to why you're doing it, in my opinion. And if it's just because it's through history they were noted out as being people that were, how can I put it, slave owners or things like that, move it, not pull it down. Put it in the context of where it needs to be. Have it as history. Don't wipe it. Have it so that it's there. Learn from your mistakes. Just 2 seconds. I've got a little boy that's just constantly chewing at me. Just 2 seconds. Colin! Come here. Sorry, you're going to meet my 6-year-old. Well, he might not reach 6. Come here, quickly. I do apologise.
No, not a problem.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Right. Come here.
Oh, hey. All right, future artist here, right?
Colton Roper, say hello to everybody.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, what's
This is
going
your
on,
bedtime,
player?
isn't it?
Yeah.
And you're interrupting Daddy, aren't you? Because you're a cheeky little monkey, huh?
Yeah.
Even though you've been poorly this weekend.
Yeah.
And
coughing.
And coughing and being sick. Okay. Right. Can I talk to these people, please? Because we're having a conversation. I'm going to do it very, very quickly. Okay. Can you give Daddy 10 minutes now? We'll come in. Okay. Yeah. Go back and watch Transformers. You going to be good? Go on. Wait, bye-bye. I'm going to get in bed 5 minutes. Okay. I'll come back in. Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Later, player.
There you go. There you go.
So go on, be careful. Come into bed. I'll be in a minute. Do apologise for that. What was it? Oh, yeah. Learn from your mistakes. I didn't go to all the martial arts training and stuff like that and go through all the different styles and just badmouth them and say, oh, don't do that. It doesn't work. No, I learned from my mistakes in each of the different styles and tried to shave them down and make sure the next people that I pass what knowledge I have onto learn from not only my mistakes but the new ones that they're going to make. So if you're going to pull statues down, have a warranted reason. Okay, if you've put up, like I say, like that Jimmy Savile, he was a massive charity worker, but the things that he's done and shall we say, the aristocracy and the BBC and other things kept quiet and had policemen silenced and stuff like that, it's beyond disgusting. That has been his gravestone outlot's been pulled down so that people literally don't go and dig his body up and burn it in the middle of the, wherever it is. So that for me is a warranted reason. If you have people through history, like I know people have turned around and said that Winston Churchill was a racist and he was awful, he was this, he was that, the other, but he was the guy that led Great Britain through the Second World War. You can't just go, yeah, we'll pass off all his achievements and just say he's a racist. You have to. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has accountability. Everybody does something stupid. Own up to it. Don't sit there going, yeah, well, yeah, you can't have a job because you said this once. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have a valid point, and for God's sake, learn from it. Don't, gloss over it and hide it and start saying, oh, this didn't happen, or that didn't happen, or move a book out of a library that should teach somebody something. That's the eloquence of a mistake, if you know what I mean. It's something to learn from. I teach the guys that come through the door, and I have had some people come through my door when they've been training and stuff like that. I'm a very old hat trainer. I hardly use pads. We use each other. Do you know what I mean? I've got an 80-kilo sandbag that my shins and knuckles hit at least 1,000 times before I start my session. Yeah, I count them. That's each hand and each shin. I do that, and I try to make them. I say, come here and make a million mistakes, so the one time you get it correct is the time that it's needed. I'd rather know all the avenues not to go down than just the one that you're supposed to. Do you know what I mean? It's
pretty badass.
The way I think. That might be a little bit archaic, but it's
no, it's good.
Well, it's actually very similar to another saying that was used when they created the light bulb.
Oh, the Ben Franklin one, was it? What was it?
I learned. It was the quote that I learned 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb, but I only needed to learn one that worked.
Yeah, I say that's the only thing that does me with all this. A lot of movements have become commercialized and stuff like that. Like gay pride and stuff like that. That's now it's got a wonderful marketing scheme, and people are making money off it instead of solving the proper problem. Do you know what I mean? It's
not even about the money anymore to me. I mean, personally, I can actually say, like me personally, from my experiences, because I was still, and I'm gonna out myself a little bit here. I was into that as a youth, and so when they first started doing the pride parades and everything, I actually saw what they first started to look like. I actually was there. I was with everybody. It was nice. But then after the second or third year, then it started to devolve a little bit. You actually see a little bit more people showing up a little bit more scattily cladded, and it gets more depravous every single year. And honestly, I stopped going because in the midst of everything, and I was actually there with one of my friends, and they decided that they were going to go get some souvenirs and whatnot. And I actually caught her with someone else just having at it in the back alley. And I never understood exactly. I mean, this is a day about pride. This is a day about actually celebrating that we actually are who we are. We actually like who we like, and we don't have to be afraid of that. Not just I get to have whatever I want right now, and nobody can say otherwise.
Yeah, it's. For me, as I say, and I've said this because I have had friends, because I almost turned professional in rugby league, and I've done knockdown fighting, I've done bare knuckle stuff, I've stood and trained in the snow, blah, 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 whatever, all right? I've had friends that didn't want to talk to me because they thought I might be against people being gay or being this or being that. And I've just looked at them, and it's sort of like, it's not for me to say that. It's for me to turn around and say, are you happy and are you safe? Because the whole thing I got from every bit of martial arts and that was to be humble and to understand. If you ever read anything about Sosai Mutatsu Oyama, he turned around and he said that Kyokushin, this is the first point of any martial artist, or it was the Bushido he followed, was to serve. And that is to offer your hand in help to people, to help them. Not, like, oh, I'm not going near him because he's gay, or her because she's a lesbian, or, them because they're Chinese, black, Indian, whatever it is. My senpai is from Iran, and I'm godparent to 3 of his kids. Yeah, I'm basically so white. You know what I mean? I'm pale. That's it. Okay, I have a driver's tan. I have brown on my arms and my head, and I have white underneath it. I am the least, poignant person to point the finger or say anything. You know what I mean? I just feel that you've got to value everything. You've got to see what it is and take it for its beauty and also for its flaws. Because I've got a ton of flaws. Yeah, I'm so glad my missus has got bad eyesight because she wouldn't be with me. You know what I mean? It's just, it's. I don't know. We've created an entitled culture when it should be. Like when me and Gregory first started speaking, he was honest. We have fun. We wind each other up. We say what we say, and we do what we do. But there is the ultimate hand of help, no matter what, from both of us. So that's that. I don't know. It's a subject that's become a little bit moot with me at times because of how contradictory it is.
I don't know how to be. I don't know how to be other than blunt. It's just how I am. And if anything, I hope that maybe more people will see that they should maybe be speaking their minds too, instead of just letting the psyops take control. That's basically getting everybody to not want to talk about anything. Not want to bring up what's important to them, what's dangerous, what's threatening. They're afraid to be called a tinfoil hat guy, and because they see guys like me getting, and we get discriminated against all the time. I experienced it over the years with different things, and your different views. Maybe, I'm just fed up with the fucking bullshit. And I'm not acting like I'm an angel or perfect or anything, but I'm just saying, I know I'm a good person, at least. And I know there are other good people out there. The good people are losing. We're all losing, guys. If you live by a standard that most of us considered a good person, you're losing right now, guys. We're losing everything. Everything. Our history, our culture, everything. That's shit you got to fight for. I mean, I was raised that you're supposed to fight for your freedom. That's what it used to be. That they used to preach that for a few hundred years in this country, a couple hundred years, right? And you're supposed to fight for it. It doesn't good things. And I know this from life. Good things don't just happen. And I'm not sitting here saying go out and start destroying shit. I'm not like I'm not a rioter type.
5 minutes. I'm just going to go sort the little man out. Just okay. 2 seconds. I'm going to go sort the little lad out. 2 seconds.
Okay. What I'm getting at is we do have enemies who are attacking us where it can't be denied. There's no way anybody can deny these creatures. I fail to call them humans. These creatures are our enemies. They've established themselves as our enemies, whether we want them to be or not. You can try to appeal to them. You can try to appeal to their human side, but I see no evidence that there's anything human in them.
Right.
Who wants to control? What real human, what authentic human being wants to legitimately control the world and dictate what everybody should say and think and do? Nobody. Normal people, like good people, salt of the earth people, have no fucking interest in anything like that. We're just trying to raise kids. We're trying to create our things we create. We're trying to live. We got a limited time on this planet. We want to have fun here. We want to accomplish things, and And these son of a bitches are getting in the way of even simple human things to accomplish, such as building a family. They're getting in the way of all of that. Everything that we want, their agendas disrupt. And I mean, I said it earlier. I'm a clown, guys. I'm a fucking. I'm a complete wanker, right? I don't take myself very seriously at all. I've always been a clown. I was the kid in school that got kicked out of the classroom for making fart noises in the middle of class, right? I don't. I was the guy that got the girls, you know, at the parties and stuff just from being the fun guy, like goofing off, telling jokes. And this world has been sucking that out of me for the last few decades as I've been out there trying to accomplish my dreams. And my goals are pretty high goals. They're ambitious. And so when you have ambitious goals, you find out how many gates there are in place to prevent the normal people, you know, people who aren't from the right families and the right amount of money, you know, to prevent them from ripping ourselves out of poverty. I'm 47. I'm a pretty damn talented guy, I think. And I've been working hard at it for decades. I'm 47. I'm still a broke bitch. I'm only now in a position where I might have a real chance, you know, a real go at doing something in the creative industries now, finally. 47 fucking years old. You know, it took me this long of freaking starving and being homeless so that I could stay in a faraway city where I'm making connects, you know, and things like that. And, you know, I didn't steal from people when I was starving. I just starved, you know, and I see these people out there doing all these horrendous things for a fucking pair of shoes and for all these other things. And I want to turn into Batman and go out there, you know, or Punisher and go out there with a gun, you know, and like to walk around till I find some dude raping some chick or something and fucking blow his brains out. I mean, it's at the point where
I had that thought many, many times.
I'm sure any man has when we look around at this sick society.
I was homeless too. I'm no longer homeless since February, since the COVID-19. I was homeless for 1 year and a half. I lost my apartment 2 years ago, 2019. Actually, in July will be 2 years ago. Yeah, so I got evicted. 2019 before my 40th birthday. I'll be 42 next month. So I understand exactly what you're saying, Greg. Yeah, I ain't still either. I definitely, especially living in Texas, and I mean, a man of color, I did not. I know I'm not going to jail. My record is clean to this day, and they do pick on brothers who are homeless, and Hispanics too, but they pick on brothers who are homeless. And I know I prayed. I'm not perfect, but I prayed and did law of attraction and changed my mindset, and that's how I got out of homelessness. And plus, kid, and it's not. I'm not saying people who are dead. That's not a blessing, okay? My heart goes out to those families and the souls of the people. It was a blessing to stop the establishment government, because if it wasn't for COVID-19, we were still on the street right now. You know, still living on the street right now. And so it opened doors and gave us the stimulus check that we deserve. Of course, they're playing games again like they did last year when Trump was president. They're playing games again for a stimulus check. I'm praying every day to get that stimulus check. That's what keeps me alive. Also, fighting for my SI because I'm also bipolar, so I'm working with a lawyer with that too. But I'm also trying my own business. What I did is start changing. No, I suffer bipolarism too, but I changed my mindset, and I know that I'm going to make it. So that's the best thing to do, is change your mindset and say you're going to make it. And trust me, your mind is a powerful tool. It changes your reality. And I had to learn that because I was toxic family, middle class toxic family, and they told me I ain't gonna be nothing, and stuff. And I started to believe some of that stuff, and it took me to the totem pole. It brought me down to the point I lost a lot of my stuff. But I had to change. If I didn't change my mindset, I would probably be on the street right now. Because some homeless people still in here in Houston still have no homes, and the mayor and the judge is getting people out the street, but certain people not getting homes. I don't know what's going on. So, but I know I got out in February this year, and I'm glad I'm no longer on the street. And I stay in the Midtown State and Western University, where it's wealthy area, and so. But so I understand where he's coming from about me trying to get something in life. It's some gatekeepers around, but I pray every day that my gatekeepers, include those in the family, are loved or not in my life. So that's why I did get depressed too about this, but not changed my mindset a lot. So that's why. But let me also it's about the statue. Can I talk about statue? I might piss people off today about statues. I'm
Mhm.
actually I'm actually for those statues that's white supremacists, those people in the past that helped slavery should be taken down. And as a brother who claimed mixed heritage, 'cause I'm going with the one drop rule.
Mhm.
One of my ancestors, okay, well, I think my four grandmother's family. My four grandmother was a white woman. She married my four grandfather, who was past as my third grandfather's parents after slavery. Okay, they got married after slavery in Texas. No joke. Um, I was tracing the roots back to 16, and I believe that besides Thea Bacon's my cousin on that side of the family, Bacon Rebellion. But one of the ancestors' relatives were in the Confederate War. So I want to make that argument as a brother with 19, yeah, it's one of the relatives was Confederate War soldiers. Okay, I don't want that cousin or that relative, uncle, great uncle that wanted to be on the plantation, okay, to be represented. So I'm for taking down those statues, okay, and I agree they should be put in a museum for history and stuff, but to have them represent as some hero, I am not for them to be represented as heroes.
I
They did.
agree. I agree. Also, Christopher Columbus. You know, that guy was
Too.
a fucking scum of the fucking earth, and his name is just mushroom printed all over this fucking country.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. People don't forget they forget that King Fernando and Queen Isabel arrested him when they found out the crimes he was doing in the Caribbean. He
right?
don't get any honor, and I'm not bashing anyone that's Italian. Okay, it's plenty of Italian heroes that deserve honor. Christopher Columbus, none of them, and what he did in history too. Because I don't go on one drop rule. So I do have African American, French, Spanish, Creole, English, Irish, American people see me as black. I don't care. That's their perception. I go on what's in my background. Scheming for cussing, God forgive me, Sunday. Fuck that white supremacist made the one drop rule. Okay, I don't live by him. He's not my God. Okay, that's my people too. Those Native Americans. Okay, that was killed. Those Africans that was brought overseas, along with the white folks. I'm not condoning that. So therefore I'm for Independence Day. Now I'm twist people's head about this. Yes, I do celebrate 4th of July. Y'all forget it was a biracial brother, part black Native American brother that got shot on March 5th, Revolution War. That was Christopher Addicts. That's why I celebrate 4th of July. Not because my white ancestors. That brother who was black and Native American, who wanted his people of African and indigenous blood in this country to be free, is just the white folks that took over. He the one got shot in Revolutionary War. That's why I celebrate 4th of July. That when folks stopped ignoring Christopher Addicts, he was the first one to get shot, and he was part black and part Native American. He was biracial. That's why I celebrate 4th of July. Not because of Washington and Jefferson, no, because of Christopher Addicts. I'm like Easy E when he said about Dre Day on that Arsenio Hall show. That Dre Day was Easy E's payday. That's our day. Today is our day. That black part Native American brother have a right to be celebrated today. He took the first bullet in the Revolutionary War, and he was both African and Native American. And many of us forget that. That's why I celebrate 4th of July. Not because some white folks in the family tree. I said because I'm also African American and Native American too. And that's my brother. That's my hero. Christopher S was the one that got the first bullet. It wasn't for him, it would not be the 4th of July. So we ain't on that day. I'm getting tired of hearing about cancel for no, give it what it's honor. Christopher X was the first one that get shot in the Revolutionary War. It wasn't for that biracial brother and part black Native American brother. We would not have a 4th of July or United States of America. So he deserved his honor. I don't care if it wasn't on March 5th. He was part of the Revolutionary War to get independence from England, and he took the first bullet. So instead of y'all saying cancel 4th of July because African folks, African ancestors was slaves and the Native American was colonized and mistreated and killed. You had a black Native American man, a mixed biracial man, who was fighting in the Revolutionary War, who took that bullet. And like Eazy said, Dre Day was his payday. We should have the same mindset. This is our day. If you are African descent and Native American, this is our day, and that man deserves every honor today. Shout out to Christopher Addicts. This is his day. Y'all forget y'all history.
Well, I mean, this is all our day. You know, it's all about unity right now. You know, I think that
about the people talking about that they should cancel 4th of July because
I know, but those are the divisive control freaks. They've been always trying to divide us for a long time. That's their goal. Greg was saying before that these people that's what they do, and then they they're ratcheting up their efforts. They're getting more and more desperate. Notice all this cancellation it's been happening more and more frequent now. That's what it is.
Going out of control. It's not in the right way. I'm from Generation X, so I was born in 1979, so I'll be 42 this year, and they not canceling in correct manners. They just going crazy. Like for example, Doja Cat. Okay, she said what she said. She said, "Excuse my language, nigga ain't shit." Okay, any brother, I'm sorry, bust people, bubbles up here. If you call yourself a nigga, no, well, we're on back in slavery and Jim Crow, something wrong with you. So yeah, you ain't gonna be eating shit. You didn't know white racist man, our other ancestor, racist mindset run us. I don't call myself a nigga. So when she said that in that song, I laughed at it. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't call myself a nigga. Didn't do nothing. I listened to the song, didn't know about Doja Cat. It had nothing to do with Sandra Bland. It had nothing to do with Sandra Bland because she was with some white supremacists, which she should be careful trying to sell her cool. I mean, not to be nasty. He'll go get sexual with you know what I'm saying, with some white racist person. I'm not saying she's not date white. I mean, she date who she want to date, but date someone that don't have any racist towards you because she part black and part white. However, they try to cancel her over some stupid, but all these rappers saying the word nigga and shooting up nigga getting money to a private prison complex. The reason why we got bad hip hop, it's not true hip hop, it's hijack hip hop because of private prison complex money and that meeting they had back 30 years ago because 2021, it was in 91. In the summer, California, somewhere in California, they had a secret meeting with the private prison complex. And the record isn't, and I do believe that Jimmy Ivan, I put his name in my mouth, Jimmy Ivan should cancel him. He don't want to contribute to that. Dr. J's friend. Okay? Death Row Records. That man contribute that Italian American man, he not Jewish, contribute to that. Why nobody cancel Jimmy Ivan? Why nobody cancel that? Jerry Heller should have been canceled a long time ago. That's what corrupt our music. And messed up hip hop, put gangster rap. And don't get wrong, I sometimes catch myself listening to Death Row Records because I grew up in 1990s. But I ain't let that be maybe a gangster because I do the consequences, especially in Texas. You know, we had gangsters of Africans and Hispanic as well. However, they went through a whole lot. Okay, and here in racist Texas and here Clinton, they should cancel her too. She need the 3 shots out bill so they can make money in the private press complex. People need to understand that. So all this stuff about call yourself a nigga, this is a white racist man. And then hold on, I want to ask everybody, where's anybody canceling Patti Smith? That was Jimmy Ivan's friend. Because Night belonged to us. There's a song that she sang for that Bruce Springsteen wrote for her back in 1978 before I was born. She on that song, this white woman have a song called Rock and Roll Nigger. Do you know who produced that song? Jimmy Ivan, Dr. Dre's friend. My question, why don't I cancel that bitch? She said Jimmy here was a nigga and Jesus Christ too. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. Why nobody cancel Pat? And she supposed to be a liberal. She supposed to be a liberal. But she still goes, she knows how to perform that song here in the United States. But she goes to Spain, it's on YouTube, go to different countries and promote rock and roll nigger and saying nigger, nigger, nigger. And now you see why Jimmy Ivan was in part of the Death Row Records thing with Isco Records.
Well, that's
The
how
same-
you can see who works for them, because the ones who work for them don't have to follow the same rules. You know, the ones that are valued.
Right. I know that, but I'm saying that. See how
Please welcome to the panel, DJ Self Styles.
Welcome, bro.
Peace.
Peace.
What's up?
DJ Self Styles, you have anything by way of opinion or insight as to
Yeah,
what you've heard, everything you've heard?
yeah. I just wanted to address the terminology and the vernacular of nigga. I believe you're operating in the space of allowing other people to define words for you instead of understanding the root of the word itself. So, I mean, my position is always this: when I'm dealing with my elders, anybody who's ever born before my father, understanding the history and the world that they grew up in, I try my best to refrain from using that word. However, when it comes into today's environment and understanding the root of the word, I personally don't see anything wrong with it. Now, if you're going to go by Webster's dictionary, where it says it means to be ignorant, then I can understand how somebody can come to that conclusion. But if you study the root of the word, once again, as I always build on etymology, the root of a word and where it derives from, meaning Latin, understanding that it simply means black, because it comes from nagus, which is Latin, to negro, which in Spanish means black. So
it wasn't nigga came from the misspelled word of negro. Habla español también. I learned Spanish in high school. It's in my blood. Cause I Creole roots in Louisiana, both French and Spain in my blood. I'm 41. I grew up grandparents from Jim Crow era. My dad and mom were born in the 1950s, so I know about that. I wasn't there, but they told me stories, and my dad people told me they trained me never to call myself a nigga. When they used the word nigga with the A with the abolic version, it also meant to insult back in the Jim Crow days.
Well, what I'm saying is that our culture has taken that power away from them. And understanding the root of the word, you shouldn't be triggered by it. If somebody calls you a nigger, it's equivalent to somebody calling you blackie. You know what I'm saying? We gotta disassociate from these emotional ties and have understanding of what the words that we're dealing with.
Okay. But I just want to ask a question. I just want to ask the question: like, would you be all right with another white person calling you nigga on just like a regular conversation?
Hell no.
You talking to me? Or you talking to bro?
You?
Me? No, I wouldn't.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, it's not no longer associated with that emotional tie.
Well, there's still a history, and we all pay for the sins of the forefathers. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, I'm not gonna tell nobody how to use their tongue. I'll tell them, I don't feel comfortable with you using that word in my presence. But if they choose to do it, I ain't gonna fight them over it.
You Dominican?
Who? Me?
You? Yeah.
Nah.
You have a Latin accent. Like you from New York. You Puerto Rican?
Yeah.
I knew it. So you part African American and Puerto Rican?
No, well, I'm the original man, bro. My people's just from the islands. I don't deal too much with racial categories and dogma. Borinquen and Bori, that's a preferred title that I use, Bori. But I'm an original person. I'm an original man.
So you're Latino. You're Hispanic. Okay. The reason I asked that question because people from different parts of the world. Well, as an African American, I'm also partial down with family tree Hispanic. Folks forget that Creole Louisiana had Spanish mixed in with black folks. One of my ancestors was saying Real, and I do identify that. But I'm from Texas, and we have Puerto Ricans here, but mostly Mexicans here. So I went to school with a lot of Mexicans and had to explain this to Hispanics, period. Whether Mexican, Puerto Rican, Salvadoran, whatever. Because your family, this long going off. Your family did go through discrimination as Latino, as people of color.
Hey, bro, I don't do that, bro. I don't deal with division, bro. You ain't gonna pull that one over on me, bro. I grew up here in the wilderness of North America, bro. I got knowledge of self in North Carolina.
Okay, so how old are you?
I'm 33.
Okay, I'm 41.
So what's that supposed to mean?
So my grandparents grew up in Jim Crow. so they knew about the N word and stuff. Those my dad people raised me.
Bro,
So
what I'm saying is that I understand exactly what you're trying to do, bro, and all that do is divide. I don't deal with division. I add on. Nah, because what you're doing is what you're doing is you saying you over there and I'm over here. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I understand the historical notion of the word. That's why I try to reframe it from using it in the presence of my elders. But people on my level, we didn't have to go through the same thing they had to go through. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't use that word around us, and when we was coming up. So this is why I'm saying I'm not gonna allow somebody to define a word for me. Understanding the history behind it and being sensitive to the struggle, of course. But that goes to.
I mean, as a brother that got a drop of Spanish in Louisiana, why are some Hispanic people, when African American people, ADS people talking about racism, it's about sensitive. You don't want nobody to be sensitive about your situation in Puerto Rico or any other Latin country. If those kids getting beaten, mistreated, if someone made a joke about those kids getting beaten, mistreated in Clinton, Texas, who are immigrants, who are Latino, would it be sensitive if someone made fun of that? Because one thing, the word nigga has a history of abuse and mistreatment and treating someone. That's why Latinos who are whether Puerto Rican, Mexican, whatever we see on YouTube don't want to have anything to do with their black roots. I'm not for the one drop rule. I'm against it. But when a Latino, I'm talking, dude. I let you talk.
Go ahead, family.
Okay. When a Latino calls me nigga or mayate or nigger, and I've been called nigger by a Latino or Puerto Rican too, not just a Mexican Latino, okay? It has power. That's why that girl, what's the name, that Rodriguez girl, she's Puerto Rican too, got canceled. That's why 20 years ago, who's Puerto Rican, who plays a Mexican woman named Selena, talking about Jennifer Lopez, and I do like her, but when she used the word nigga in that I'm Real song, the Ja Rule remix.
Why they ain't say nothing to Fat Joe? Why they ain't say nothing to Big Pun? They
Oh,
always coming for our women, but they don't say nothing to the men.
I said something about Big Pun. Hold on. I grew up in that era.
Well, that's because you grew up in Texas and you don't understand the culture and how we intertwine and how we created hip hop alongside with the African Americans.
But when you have racist Latino people,
of course, you got racist black people. You got black people who say I love black people, but I hate niggas. What are you saying? This is what I'm saying. You are falling victim to a conquer and divide technique. This you can't throw glass. You can't throw rocks in glass house. You act like these illnesses are not in your community as well.
Whoa. I gave you respect. Let me talk, because I wasn't finished.
You talking over me too. Let me get my
no. Because you don't want to
okay. All right, everyone gets
truth of you. I'm being cool as possible. But all that emotions, they come and get all.
Let's slow it way down.
all right. Everyone gets a turn. So, get Self Styles. You get 1 minute, and then uninterrupted. And Zacharias gets 1 minute uninterrupted. Then Self Styles 1 minute uninterrupted. Zacharias, we'll do it like that. All right. So go ahead. First, Self Styles.
All right. Pretty much all I'm saying is that I understand the sensitivity behind the word. However, what I'm saying is that the etymology of the word, understanding the root of the word, as a community, we shouldn't be triggered by it. That's pretty much all I'm pretty much saying. Like I said, a lot of the times you hear, well, it means ignorant. It means ignorant. And after 450 years, black people may have been made ignorant throughout, lacking proper knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of themselves, and not being able to read, write, so on and so forth. However, the word itself simply means black. So like in my worldview, the way I see it is if somebody calls me a nigger, it's equivalent to somebody calling me blackie. Now, of course, I'm not gonna like it. However, I'm not gonna be triggered by it because they play on emotions. So that's pretty much my whole point. Now, his whole argument was trying to separate me from him. I ain't going for it because this is not the way I was brought up. It was like I said, I got knowledge of myself in North Carolina. It was original people from the wilderness of North America who taught me the knowledge of myself and told me who I was. Being the yellow seed, light-skinned dude that I am, you know what I'm saying? They seen themselves in me. And that's how we rock. And like I said, we don't deal with division, we add on. We don't separate because that's a technique that they've been using since we got here, conquer and divide. I don't know if y'all familiar with the Willie Lynch papers, but that's a science. And I really get aggravated when people from North America try to put a blanket statement on the quote unquote Latin Hispanic community. Because once again, I don't identify with none of these terms. However, I don't like when they try to put everybody in a box and act like these same exact ailments aren't going on in their community. When you have the history of the HBCUs and the brown paper bag test, when you have, like I said, a whole community of people who say, I love black people, but hate niggas. So they dealing with separation within their own community. So yes, of course, there's a lot of racism in Latin America, but there's also racism here, and we go to war with each other. And all I'm saying is I ain't going for it. And with that, I say peace.
Zacharias, you you have any reply or retort?
Okay, so I wasn't speaking on. I call it cotton picking and straw picking. When I see black and brown fight, I call it cotton picking versus straw picking mess. I wasn't speaking from that time. I know you don't identify with being Hispanic, Latino, but it's common, and I'm also partially down the family tree Hispanic, so I do acknowledge that anytime ADS people are talking about suffering, you see it through all the even YouTubers, whether it be the Dominican, Puerto Rican ones, not all, I'm talking about the ones, anyone, bro, know what I'm talking about, the Chivo 21s, the Macho, yeah, other folks, conservative Mexican, him too, other YouTubers. It's always black people, Americans, or we're multiracial, sensitive to those words. I don't know why you get offended so easy, and it's like, wait a second, it's a history behind that. That's why Latinos, and I know y'all are Afro mestizo, Spanish native and black mix, okay, majority didn't go through that. Yes, there was signs say no Mexican, no dogs, no Puerto Rican, no Cubans, whatever, when they say no niggers at the same time back in Jim Crow days. But y'all were classified as white. You skipped the one drop rule. Us ADS people who are racially mixed, we were put on one drop rule as pure black for derogation of having black DNA and treat like less than human, so we refuse to be on a plantation. While of course white folks didn't treat you as white people, but they make sure to put hierarchy on and say you're the best worker, not knowing the Bracero program was no different than slave plantation. Them Bracero Mexicans, even the ones other Latinos who's involved in that, was treated like in front of the N word, okay? Was treated less than human. So, but I'm not saying you per se. When you said sensitive, a lot of anti-African American descended people, anti-African ADS people who are Hispanic, use that term. It's common. They get that from white supremacists like the conservative ones on YouTube and social media on Fox News. Oh, they too sensitive. And it's like, excuse me, you're a person of color too. You got African blood besides Spanish native, and you talking about if someone made fun of your community, you're Puerto Rican or Mexican or whatever, you're gonna get offended too. They call you the B word or the SBIC word. Is you sensitive? We overreacting? You know what I'm saying? Respect goes both ways. So that's why Latinos, you like Cardi B, who's Dominican and Trinidadian. Her folks didn't go through the stuff here in the United States. Yeah, there was Caribbean people in the Jim Crow days, wasn't an over majority. Okay, it wasn't an over majority of Caribbean people with black DNA in the United States doing Jim Crow. They did come. Sissy Tyson is a Caribbean descendant. Yes, she is. She born in the United States. Sissy Tyson was born in the United States, but her family from Caribbean. She's Farrakhan's cousin. Farrakhan's mom is from the Caribbean. However, they can't lead her on. They can't lead her on. Okay, and yeah, they had to be pushing the envelope as African American people, but they not ADS people. ADS had two times. We had both Jim Crow and slavery. Y'all didn't go through that in Latin countries. Yes, it was racism in Latin, but y'all didn't have that structure in Latin countries or Caribbean countries like it is the United States. So when y'all come to the United States as immigrants, I know Puerto Rico is owned by the United States. Don't get me started with that. I understand that. However, y'all experience is not the same as ADS people. And y'all don't understand those words like nigga and making fun of our history and stuff like that. That's a lot of pain and suffering that people went through. So that's why the ADS people have a lot of issues with Latino and African immigrants because in Asian, because y'all didn't go through that. Okay. And it wasn't for civil rights movement, y'all would not be here. I'm being honest with you. Because back in who wants to be in Jim Crow days? well, white was right. I wouldn't Josephine Baker with the French. I would too. I went to Mexico, some other place. I would go to Haiti, some other country, get the heck out of the United States if color signs and I can't sit where I want to sit.
Yeah,
So when
you can't. Yeah, you don't want to go to Haiti, fam, to get away from the U.S. That's you
His
hustling
minutes
backwards.
is his
Hustling
minute up or he's
backwards.
still rocking?
well, I read Haiti was good back in the Jim Crow days. It's the United States messed it up. There was
Yeah, but it was good. It was good in terms of not having a whole lot of poverty, but it was still a violent place if you had the wrong opinions.
a,
For a long time, and I mean, look, it's in there's no controversy here that the United States, as far as freedom of speech, is the best place to be on the planet. I
Well,
mean, I don't
can,
see how that's a controversy in saying that.
well, can,
In Haiti, if it was in Papa Doc's days, you're saying Jim Crow days, so you mean Papa Doc's days, right? So
well,
during the Papa Doc era, that regime could basically kick down your door in the middle of the night, drag you away, and you're never seen from again. And they decided they let you out again if you live, if you're alive.
well,
I ain't not
well,
bad.
can I respond to what he was saying?
Oh,
But
absolutely.
All right. So first and foremost, one thing that I noticed is that you're using vernacular and you're putting certain terms on us tied from the Spanish caste system, like mestizo and things of that nature. See, these words that you're using, they actually have a status associated with it, right? Just like nigga, you know what I'm saying? This is why it gets all blurred within the lines because the Spanish were the ones who started a lot of the racial casting system here in the world, or here in America, in the Americas.
in my blood.
So hold on. I gave you a minute uninterrupted. Let me build real quick. So the fact that you're using these terminologies and you're putting them on a whole region of people speaks volume to me personally, knowing what I know. And once again, what I'm saying is you're feeding into a divide and conquer technique, whether you consciously know it or not. Of course, there are ailments in the Black community in North America. Like I stated before, when you rob people of a knowledge of themselves, they're going to take on the characteristics of their oppressor. And this is why we go at each other's necks. Everything you're stating is systematically designed within the system to keep us all divided. So what I am saying is I do not go for debate. The war is fought on many fronts. It's not just a physical combative war. We're talking psychological warfare. We're talking economic warfare. And if you're not privy to how these wars are being fought, you're going to fall victim to it. And this is why you're sitting here drawing a line in the sand saying you didn't go through what I went through, as if this is some type of fucking competition, like who bleeds the most. Like we all are descendants of the African diaspora. We all share a common history and heritage. You can't mention my history, your history without my history. Just like I can't mention my history without mentioning the Dominicans' history. It all ties in. It all goes back to the same source. So you look at the fruit of what it bears. Now, whatever science it is that you're dealing with, what I'm seeing, it bearing division. Because once again, you're drawing a line in the sand and you're telling me I am not you and you are not me. And that's not what I'm on. I'm saying I can see myself in all human families of the planet Earth. And that's what I teach, because I teach the unification of all human families. I don't get down with the division, bro. I bear witness to the reality that we all live in, but I'm not going to allow myself to become a victim of my circumstances. I'm the God. I'm a king. So I'm going to rise above all that and understand that the helping hand is at the end of my arm. And with that, I say peace.
No problem. No problem. Like, comment, subscribe, hit that bell for notifications. If you're on any social media platforms, go ahead, share a link to this video, share a link to this. Oh, hey, goddess. Share a link to this video, share a link to this channel. Let's help grow this platform. Let's actually get more brains in the room. Come back with a friend or 2 or 10. Currently, we're at 100 and I don't know, something like 80, probably 170, 180 subs. I don't really check it like that, but we need to get something like 200 or 300. Get 200 or 300 people back here. You know what I mean? Tell your friends about this channel, that we have meaningful conversations that range from pop culture to actual culture to race to arts, and to even like yesterday we went into industrial production of toys and machinery and different 3D printers, because this is the environment that we're going into now. If you're looking for a job, you are screwed. This is the era of the entrepreneur. You want to go beg Jeff Bezos for a job? Bill Gates for a job? No. What you want to do is cluster together with other like-minded people and you make something happen. Okay?
Agreed, 100%.
Right. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I'm still in training. Uh-huh.
So,
hey, Bob, if I may, I would like to say Styles just earned my respect, like probably about as quick as I think a human could possibly earn it. I honestly, dude, everything you said there, accurate as fuck. We gotta stop giving our psyops, our enemies using these psyops against us. We gotta stop giving them power over us. The reason they want to know everything about you is so that they can know how to attack you. Now, if there's a word that exists that they can merely utter that word and control you emotionally, that is a massive power that they will 100% of the time exploit before doing anything else, because that means they have to do little work. All they got to do is say one word. Now you're going to go out and do the work for them. And that's you can't get sucked in, man. I got sucked into dumb shit too, man. The memes were getting to me. I mean, I talked about a little bit earlier when I got sucked into being a fucking new ager of all things for a couple weeks several years ago, and I've been sucked into a lot of psyops, and I think I'm pretty resistant to it. Nowadays, I got my eyes open. I think I'm spotting most of it, right off the bat, pretty much. 'Cause it's also very blatant. I think Styles would probably agree there, wouldn't you? It's pretty blatant now, isn't it? They're not even trying.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, as far as like the psych ops, like a lot of the things that we dealing with, as far as the social media, a lot of it is screening us, and really, like, if you think of it, man, if you sit down on your phone and you scroll through your Facebook, you're going through what they call an emotional roller coaster ride. The human ain't really designed to feel that many emotions in one sitting, and that's what I was saying earlier about you got to understand the type of war that we're fighting, the psychological warfare. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So the subconscious mind is far more powerful than the conscious mind. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So when you sleep, your subconscious mind is still roaming. And that's the part of you that's connected to everything in the universe. So we have to be careful of what goes through our minds, and we have to deal with things on a logical level and make sense of it. You know what I'm saying? And definitely do critical thinking for ourselves and not allow other people to think for us.
That's right. I'm a pretty emotional guy myself. I don't show it, and I don't think most of the time. I don't think I wouldn't say I feel emotions very deeply on most days, but I'm an emotional person like anyone. But when I get on social media, the first thing I do is turn that off, because exactly what you're talking about. I look down the news feed, I'll see something that is triggered for my demographic, because I know a lot of you have obviously noticed the pattern that you're shown things that you hate. Everything that you despise, that's what they're showing you. Things that you love and things that you hate. You got these two extremes. Okay, extremes are what those psyops agents work within, because when you're going from like Styles said, you're going from those different extremes, that makes you unstable. It's healthy psychologically for a person to be somewhere in that middle ground between extreme happiness spikes and extreme depression dips, or anger, any of those lower, the lower emotions. You're supposed to really be somewhere in the middle and more balanced out, and that's, you're not really feeling any emotion. That's what's healthy typically most of the time, unless something happens that, obviously the right stimuli is presented. But these dickheads have figured out how to do this the last several years, to where they're making us feel all these different emotions. You just got to turn it off. You got to laugh at it and say, not today, slow taps. You see a meme that's like some stupid fucking redneck saying, "Oh, you goddamn black people ain't taking my shit. You ain't taking my jobs." And you see something like that. 9 times out of 10, that's a government or corporate agent.
Yeah, that's a plan.
That is actually putting this together It's a team of these dickheads putting it together. They make it look like it's easy to do. You just slop the shit together with a smartphone, and that makes it look like it's legit normal people, right? Instead of a professional thing. Because people started distrusting TV. You know, like anything looks like professional. You're like, oh, okay, it's one of the big networks. Fuck them, they're liars. So they start doing it through what looks like normal people, right? So they set up literal scenarios. This has been, I mean, they've been busted. We're talking CIA's been busted, MI6, Mossad, all these different, you know, agencies from working for these governments. They're different corporate agents, you know, that they're not told in the media, oh, this is a corporate agent. They don't even say the words corporate agent in the media. I don't think I've ever seen it on the news or a show or anything, you know, but they'll show like a crime that went down involving somebody or something or this or that. If you look up who the person was, well, they're directly working for a company, a big company, whether it's Bayer or you know, Israeli-owned Johnson & Johnson or whatever, you know, whichever company. You know, you got to look deep into things, and even then, you're not getting very much. You know, you might get just enough to know, okay, that looks like the MO of our enemies as usual. But that's, you know, that's about it. A lot of times we just don't get much information, and you certainly can't absolutely cannot decide who your enemies are based on any guides presented in any of those platforms or any of their speakers. You know, they're going to tell you the wrong guys. Some guy might call you the N-word at a party, and then you get upset about it. That guy might be the coolest, most trustworthy guy in that party, and he's just fucking with you. Because, you know, he's trying to get you loosen up. He does the wrong thing in a social situation, right? But that might be the best quality guy in that party. And the other people who you trust, because they're not doing that, might be the biggest dicks there. One of them might rip you off when you're not looking. You gotta look deeper. Look at actions of people.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that shit.
Yeah,
Where especially with
it's not about.
I'm sorry, God.
I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead, bro.
It's not about getting emotional. It's about respect. It's about respecting this in this country, having dignity, and treat like a human being. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say y'all don't know what we go through or not. It's not divisive. I cannot speak for someone. If someone was made fun of being blind, I cannot speak for that person because I'm not blind. And they don't want to be called something or mistreated, then they have a right to protest against that. It's not about division. I do identify with my roots, and I do see ADS people and Hispanic as triracial people. Afro mestizo means or mixed with black, white, and native people. So even though we don't look alike genetically, we have the same mixture. I'm not putting division. It's people in the Latino community who have used that N word to cause division and to commit crimes. From the cops, from gang members, from rappers like what's her name? From Love and Hip Hop Miami that was going against Amala Negra, Veronica Vega, saying when she said, "Pay me, nigga, don't bullshit me." Let me eat her that. Don't cut me off. When I watched the video, before everybody, ADS people who don't know they did or choose not to, was supporting Veronica Vega. Until she went Love and Hip Hop and how she treated like Amara Negla, who's an Afro Latina. You know, of course, she's mixed up, just came out looking pure black, but very beautiful and for the Dominican public. And she had to be dark skinned. And Veronica Vega treated her like crap, her fake friend. Now, when we watched the video, people didn't catch this back in 2015 when the video came out. It had a lot of stereotypes. You had a cool type brother, some old jigaboo, Sambo type brother at the end of the first video, and she started speaking her little Spanish. The sisters looked like hood rats dancing in the video. They weren't no fine sisters like In Vogue, okay, and SWV. I'm from that era. There were some hood rat looking sisters in the video. And she's saying, "Pay me, nigga, don't bullshit me." So everything was anti-black. You had a crazy brother talking like from what's that Lazy Richard Sambo Mission Show type stuff. Then you had sisters who like just came out the hood and had their hair done and that stuff, looking crazy and dancing inappropriate with with Veronica Vega. Not dancing together with her, but they those are backup dancers. You know what I'm saying? So And she said, pay, and she wasn't even rhyming. Everything is pay me, nigga, don't bullshit me, and pop that pussy and this and that. It brought about a Coco black man being savagely sexualized. That's all she was talking about in the video. Yes, a song for Trina, who part Dominican, part Bahamian. Okay, everybody think it's ADS. She's not ADS. Okay, her family from the Caribbean, but she did
That's
that
not true.
song.
She lied. She got caught lying.
I know that story. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna cut that out. Hold up. I know about that story. Hold up. That man is not Trina's father on Geisha's or 305, whatever her doggone channel is. That's not her father. If anybody did a background check, for years Trina did not come out and say she's Dominican. People asked about her father. She didn't admit that she's Dominican on their side. Also, too, Bobby Likes. That's her cousin on her daddy's side. Joy is her cousin on her mama's side, who's Trick Daddy's wife. The dark skinned, beautiful sister that's married to Trick Daddy, that's her Bohemian cousin. The American lives. Of course, they don't have that Bohemian accent. But Bobby Likes is Dominican and Cuban. His mother Cuban, dad is Dominican. That is Trina's uncle. Trina was not lying. Geisha 305 got some dark skinned 80th brother, and I bet she paid him because she was mad at the fact that she was not chosen to be on Love and Hip Hop. Y'all don't know the whole story. Section A lied, they treat that baby mama, DJ Kid, this light skinned stud chick. Who else? Kaya, all these women was mad at
Zach, is there any reason at all you care about these people?
Yo, bro, that's exactly what I was about to say. I was about to say you can have that, bro, because I'm
like what the fuck did I just
going on in a circle about some celebrities and stuff.
Celebrity. If you look in town, I talk about celebrity news too. I'm better than Wendy Williams. But when I hear people talking about that she lied, no, she didn't. She not lied about her Dominican father because of Trick that came out and said it when Amara name was on the show.
This is not a soul circle. I don't like the rumors about her this side of her father, like that stuff I overhear like my aunt and my mom talk about. I don't care about them. Why do you care about them and this bullshit?
Like, because a lot of folks, when it comes to people, when it comes to mixed heritage and all this other stuff, and people African American, they love to say that we lying. I don't lie about my heritage. So I know Trina. I'm a Trina fan since '99. Which they nothing. Okay,
box again. My man putting me in box again.
So I'm also do want to get into the business of talking about celebrity news. I can beat Wendy Williams in the contest. I don't even have to go. I mean, I did go to college and didn't finish, but I can beat Wendy Williams in the contest. So when this dude said that she was lying, I know the backup story. She was not lying. Geisha 305 got some dude on there to lie.
You got that, but nobody really is invested in that.
Look, man. The minute you you can have that shit, man. The minute you go into Amara, look, I went numb the moment you started saying Amara La Negra and Trina and you feel me?
Blanca Vega, because this dude talking about the N word and Latinos, talking about styles.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with going into Amara La Negra's father and her uncle's daddy?
I was talking about Trina. I said the way that Blanca Vega.
I know Trina, Amara, they're all the same to me. They all fall under the. I got this folder. It's empty. It's
the N word in that song. When she used that word, she meant to denigrate African American people. Talking about Veronica Vega. Same thing with Tekashi 69. Tekashi 69 did the Blood Gang wrong when he used the word nigga, and them brothers silly let this fool use the word nigga around the background. Come there, you use that word, then you Hispanic, Mexican, Puerto Rico, whatever. We checked your behind back in 1980s and 90s. I'm from that era. They let this dude come in, and guess what? He screwed them. They got locked up. See how he ran them, and they got locked up. You're saying so he knew what that word has power.
He got exactly what he needed from you. That reaction right there to whatever the hell he was doing, that stupid ass. But first of all, it's your fault for listening to anything that Tekashi 6, whatever the fuck his name is, has to say about it.
I don't listen to his music. He's not my generation. I listen to Excision because he got killed.
Yeah.
But I don't listen to now. I know of him because of Charlemagne and the N word thing. You know, I do I do videos about that. I know you knew. I mean, you and I don't know each other, but you can ask radical Latino people. And well, you know, Kim and I don't get along. I do videos about that. You know, I talk about that on my blogs. Okay, about celebrities and race and everything. That's what I do.
No, that's okay. It's just I'm wondering why you. All right, let me try to phrase it properly here. All right,
Mhm.
Trina, Takashi 69, all these people, right? All right. Why do you care about what they call you and what they say and using the N word and all that shit and blah 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 blah? Why do you care?
I'm using examples why it's seen is the ADS people do not like Latinos using that word. We have like folks about Cardi B. I love Cardi B, but when she's calling folks roaches and using the racial term of it, you know what I'm saying, making fun of those women who darken her, you gotta call it
Right.
out.
Bro, you
That's
speaking
I hear
from
you.
you speaking from
Do
your
you
experiences.
understand that the moment that you stop? Oh, my one of my martial arts teachers told me this, and then an army guy who was teaching me how to hold a gun properly. He was teaching me about discipline and all these different things, and they agreed. It's funny that I heard it from both these different people who are on different paths in life, right?
Mm-hmm.
They said they use the term, all you got to do is stop. Nature wants to build you back up. So all this damage you're doing, all you have to do is stop, right? So taking things personally that some knucklehead who shouldn't be listened to anyway says, calling people roaches and all this shit, all you have to do is stop immediately. Like everything that's harmed about you will start building right the fuck back up, and
And
she will disappear overnight. If you stop listening to her, I stop listening. I mean, I don't listen. I don't. You brought new shit to like. I learned new shit today. I don't know who the fuck those people are.
I use
Now the thing is, if hold on,
the
hold on. Let me just finish this. All those people whose lives are affected by that reprobate that who you just mentioned, who called black women roaches, if they all stop listening to her, she will disappear tomorrow. Her fucking Instagram clout will be gone. Her Twitter followers will be gone. All that shit, she will fucking peer. But you're feeding her, and by your attention, she thrives.
Yeah, he's giving her his energy.
Hold
Yeah,
That's exactly
giving
what
her
you
your
thrive off
energy,
of.
and you're giving that word the energy as well. And I know I'm not African American, so I can't tell you what to do in reference to that word. But as an outside observer, I can tell you that something happens to you when you hear that word. You're immediately puppeted into predictable behavior the moment you hear that word.
Okay, when I was in school back in the day, and before
Mhm.
my school, most Hispanic, it was mostly white in the
Mhm.
East Side County.
See, you. That's why I wanted to say, bro. You're speaking to
Can
your
I finish?
experience,
See,
yo. But
funny
you
how you
just
cut off, but
nah.
when
But
I
I've been
t-
trying to. That's why I've been trying to say this because you keep going back and forth with the same rhetoric over and over
no,
again.
I'm
You
okay.
are
I'm
speaking
over
from
you.
your
I'm
regional
and
experience,
I was
bro. You don't know how we do up here in
I'm
the Northeast.
because
Nah,
I'm
but you
about
speaking as a
no,
matter of fact,
bro.
as if
No,
like
you
you know
don't
how
get
like the rest of the country is operating.
I'm being calm as possible, and I'm trying to tell my side story. You cut me off. Now
Man,
let
you
me
keep
finish.
going in a circle, bro. It's like a broken
Hold on.
record with this guy.
Don't listen to me then. I'm talking
Hold
about.
on.
Don't listen to me.
Hold
You don't
on.
want
Hold
to keep
on.
You just
talking.
had a
I
whole
know,
little
but
bit.
Zach, look.
Damn.
Let me try to. All right, let Zach get his word in. All right, get
Okay.
Zach.
I'm coming to school, and you're a kid. You don't know about all this racial stuff. And there was people who were white. So we had some Hispanic folks, the coconut type, poacher type ones, start calling us the N word. This back in the '80s, and they meant it in a racial tone. They had families. I remember when I had, you kids, you like that girl in school, and I remember this girl when I was in elementary school. This girl I like, she had to be Hispanic, and I remember her telling me, why she had racial issues because her parents taught her dad. You know what I'm saying? And even when I was in high school back in the '90s, we had to break up because me and the Mexican girl that I was talking, she was 18, I was 15 years old, I was younger than her. And her father broke us up. And her racist brother, who's same age as me, he be 42 in October. Both graduate. Well, he got his GED. Anyway, he was racist back then. When we came most Hispanic, some Hispanic folks that was there when it was mostly white took those ideologies from white supremacists and started attacking African people. And then they'll try to be friends with African people, when the hip hop songs come on, and then they'll give and this was before the nigga pass was big in 2000. This is back in '90s. They'll give their friends, and I'm like, this is dude. I was in elementary school saying the word nigga with the R. You give him a pass that word nigga. I saw this coming up. And you start seeing rappers saying it in including Fat Joe. I criticize Fat Joe. I criticize Big Pun. I'm from Houston. We have South Park Mexican. I like his music, but I criticize him on my podcast too. I mean my YouTube channel too. And Baby Bash, who part white, part Mexican, using N-word. I criticize Jennifer Lopez too. Okay. But there's a history behind it. It's not just pop culture. You got these racist Latino folks who are anti-black, besides Chivo and all them, and cops shooting like what happened. And Sandra Bland, that was Latino. He was no white cop. He was Latino. He was Mexican American. You had George Zimmer, who part Peruvian and part white, with some black DNA in Peru, killed Trayvon Martin. You in LA, you have gang members working with the Aryan Brotherhood and Southsiders, South, so they don't mess up, killing brothers and sisters out there, and vice versa. I'm against that them killing message as well, because should not be on either side. Should be that old cop picking, shot picking mess should go away. We at the end that we all mix with white, black, and native, regardless what language we speak, and we let them divide us. I agree with what Styles saying. What I'm saying is by respect. Why it's okay for you to call me the N word, but if I call you the WB word or SBIC word, it's wrong, because you have respect about yourself. Some of these brothers don't have respect for themselves. I do, because I was told as a kid, never call yourself a nigga. Well, nigga ain't nothing. Don't ever, you know what I'm saying? I was taught as a kid, and I'm glad I never exploited myself. A lot of brothers, sadly, today in ADS community exploit themselves, they'll get love. No, brothers get treated like crap when you exploit yourself. You're supposed to have respect. So why is an argument about the N word? It should not be an argument. Don't use it. Don't call nobody nigga. Yeah, I call a person who called me the N word, but do I condone it? No. Do I call myself an N word? No, I don't.
So who would you like to use and not use the N word?
No one shouldn't be out there using it.
So let me ask you, what law would you like to institute to prevent the usage of that word?
It's called common sense and respect. You wouldn't go to a woman, call her a bitch and a hoe.
If she's a bitch or a hoe, what's inaccurate about calling her that?
Why are you equating that word with bitch and hoe, though? This is what I'm asking. Do you not understand the root of that word and what it means? Like, I mean, I guess
it means black dude. Nigga was not even a word to the English messed the word up. The English racist people, the Anglo-Saxons that I'm related to, is what I'm family tree. They fucked the word negro and said nigger.
So you're gonna allow a group of people from outside to redefine a word.
It's by respect, dude. It's by respect. If someone call you an SPIC or a WICK, even you're not messing, call other Hispanics that word too. Okay.
Well, that's not where the culture is shifting towards. That's not where the culture is shifting towards.
It should not be an argument. The brother down the street say, "What's up, my brother?" Not "What's up, my nigga." Not remind him of slavery and Jim Crow. And brothers need to stop exploring themselves like a bunch of like a holes in a prostitution ring.
You stuck in the past, B. The babies ain't on that time. It's a word. It's a term of endearment.
No,
Zach,
use that word to insult us, saying ooga booga and stuff. Talk about that. Talk about that. You want to run? Talking about being triggered. You want to be triggered because make you of it.
Who was doing that to you, Zach?
We gotta respect each other.
Who was doing that to you with the ooga booga and all that stuff, Zach?
No, I watch these channels. Spock have been talking about me on these other channels, but it's good to alert. Don't ever, because it's like a hurricane. You cannot ignore a hurricane. Your house get tore up. You gotta know what's going on. All this thing awoke. At the end of the day, he don't want to call himself Latino, Hispanic. But you got folks in that community, not all. And I got Spanish in me, so I'm part Hispanic, Louisiana Spanish. I don't care if you don't classify me, I don't give a damn. I go most of my family tree. But you got folks in the Spanish community who are anti-black American.
Bro, you keep
killing.
saying the same thing
Yo,
over and
man,
over
this
again,
is
No,
bro.
no.
You won't let nobody
yeah,
else
like
talk.
that's the
You're
same.
dominating the
It's
Zach,
going
conversation by going around in circles and circles
Zach,
and circles and
Zach,
circles and circles.
hold on,
no.
hold on, hold
And
on,
every
hold on.
time I speak, all you do is
Part
talk
of it.
over
So
me.
you probably guilty of it. Speak up for it. Be like Radical Latino. He come out and tell like
Slow it down. Let's slow it way down.
Zach.
sorry.
Yeah, I got look, man.
All right.
Bro, you told me to.
What you're bringing here? 1 second, Styles. What you're bringing here, bro, is it's kind of like, and I hope the ladies out there don't misinterpret me. It's not like misogyny or anything like that, but you're bringing some feminine energy up in, like very narcissistic feminine energy. Because
No,
it's women who are using terms like I need to tell my story. I've never heard one nigga say that shit. Like dudes don't talk like that. And talking about Amara, what's her face, and Trina, what's her face, and what they got going on with their family tree and all that shit. Like none of that stuff helps you. How does hold on, let me you talk for like you talk forever. Let me get what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. You gotta be kidding me, man.
Some man probably be an animalistic character because I got black DNA. That stereotype right there. Every brother is different. Every brother.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what.
Over your bro, but when you start saying feminine energy, then that's assaulting.
Yeah. What's insulting about a feminine look? If you're among like women and females, it's okay for that kind of talk because that's the sort of thing
I'm not
that
sexist.
You won't let me finish or not?
That's sexism, bro. I'm sorry to say, but it's very so. This is sexist language.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish the sexist. Let me finish the sexist comment then. Let me finish the sexist comment. All right,
it's comical.
That look. I expect that stuff when I go on. Like if I go on, what's that woman's name? Even her, she don't bring too much of that feminine energy. But like Cynthia G, right? You go on Synthetic G's channel, Cynthia G's channel. That's the kind of stuff you hear. You know, they're talking about the bundles and like you can tell feminine energy conversations when you hear it, where they're talking about this person's family, yeah, because her daddy's uncles, blah 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 blah, all that kind of shit that will never progress your life. They're talking about it because it makes them feel good, and that's the narcissistic. I'm gonna sit here and listen to you talk about how many on your daddy's side, how many Native Americans there are, and I got 13%. That's narcissistic feminine shit. It's not. Men don't talk that. Men don't talk. Look, hold on. Men talk about shit that they can. Hold on. No, I'm not insulting you. I'm saying.
I can do whatever. I don't gotta do what you gotta do. A man should not be.
No, you don't have. Look, you don't have to do what I'm saying. I'm saying. I'm actually describing what I'm hearing. Like men talk about shit they can affect. Right, the economy, they can affect that shit. You know how they get this paper, they can affect that shit. How they can fight for justice, it can affect that shit. But about somebody's narcissistic. Well, I'm 13% Native American. I'm 12%. You can't do shit about that. How you got here is how you got here. Like all that shit is narcissism.
No. It's educational. You want to discredit African American people, mixed bloodline, because people want African American people to stay at the bottom. Okay.
I'm sorry. What? I have no idea what you just said. Can you slow that down a little bit?
Here, it's true that here he would agree with what I'm talking about. This whole racial clarification was to put someone at the bottom. We have a right to acknowledge who we are genetically, and not let a white racist man decide for us. You going on with the white race one drop rule thing? I'm against that. That was to help slavery and Jim Crow. So if I claim
I never said anything about the one drop
rule. I was relating to Styles, let him know that I'm not in no way anti-Hispanic. I got it in my blood, and I don't have no problem admitting it. Okay, I'm not with the one drop rule. One drop rule never helped ADS people. It never helped us. It kept us in slavery and Jim Crow. So why would I sit here and use the one drop rule to define me? Where it was used for slavery and raping and all the other stuff. Since we got white DNA, they didn't want us to have freedom. So I have a right to mention my mixed blood because it's part of who I am. I am not a pure African. Okay? A pure African is 100% African. Do we need African funk trial over here? Before I came on your page, I was on her channel. I can find the one from Equatorial Guinea. A lot of folks don't like her because she gonna tell ADS people and other folks of African blood, including you, you are not a pure black African. Once our ancestors left that continent and got mixed with our white ancestors, they got mixed up. It is what it is, except who you are. I'm not denying my roots, and yes, I do claim my name.
What does not denying your how did not denying your roots help you out today? How did it help you get this paper, son?
Everything was good until Styles came here and started with that old cystic and trigger stuff, being narcissistic and want to use the N-word. And I call his behind out because you got Latino. And I'm like I said, I'm gonna mention my blood again. I am part Hispanic down Pantry, and I know some Latinos, not all. They want to play this little card. Well, I can use the N. I have African blood, but when you come into position of power, where you be a cop or where you're a person on a job as a manager, you want to portray white racist behavior. And I call
you see why we can't get nowhere, yo. You guys realize, yo,
man, man's delusional.
Yo, hold on, Styles. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let you go in, Styles. Give me a second.
And then treat us with respect. You pick and choose.
Yep. Zach, you're gonna let somebody talk today.
Sorry.
All right, look. This is why we can't get nowhere. You realize the only time that I even mention that I'm Haitian or anything about like all that shit to me is narcissism. Bill Gates does not sit here and tell you how many bring out a fucking pie and a knife and start slicing away. Well, this part is Native American. Got this is 0.3 Native American. I got 12. You gonna let anybody speak today, Zach? This that feminine energy I was talking about. Like bitches never let you talk. Like so listen.
With me.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
I'm not gonna
let somebody else talk today, bro.
Like 3 times and I can't even respond.
By me, you compare me to Bill Gates. I'm not him. Every
time you get triggered, doesn't give you a right to talk over somebody.
Yeah,
I sat here and listened to like 5 things that bothered me, and I sat there and listened to you. You got to understand the fundamentals, bro. You got to understand the fundamentals of communication, bro.
Yeah,
you need to go back to elementary school, son.
And I have no repercussions behind it. That's what it is.
What repercussions, bro? What repercussions you were talking about? You gonna come punch me in the face?
All that noise. I try to be respectful and try to be harsh in his tongue. Dude, I'm bipolar. You know who you're talking to. And I ain't trying to be threatening anything, but I can't respectful. And you start to disrespect me, so I gain defense.
I don't need your respect, bro. You're a grown man, bro. I could care less what the fuck you think. And you a citrus fruit. You don't make babies, so what the fuck do I care?
Huh?
You heard what the hell I said? I said, you a grown-ass man. I don't care what you think. And you a seedless fruit. You don't make babies, so I don't care your conclusions you come to.
I ain't coming for no drama. I'm from African channel.
Okay, getting very uptight, bro.
About the N-word, so your behind came in the chat room and trying to start some shit. That what you trying to
do? Nothing. I'm speaking my piece.
Like
and if it's triggering you, then that's your fault, not mine. I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna say what I say.
You trigger too. You trigger too.
Okay,
look. I was the terms and by his no, because I called you out. I know what type of folk you are.
You put people in boxes.
What is the call out?
You put a blanket over people because you are a polarized individual.
Hold on.
Defense of the N-word, you want to do.
Bro, okay. I ain't gonna stop saying it, bro. You're gonna have to learn to live with it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, bro, I will respect my elders. But what I'm trying to explain to this man is that he has a very old world view. People in the 90s took that word and took it and re-embraced it and took it as a term of endearment. So whether you like it or not, bro, like I said, it's on the way out the door. This is the vernacular we use. So if you're going to be triggered by it, then fine. You know what I'm saying? You feel how you feel. But that's not where the world is going. So his whole argument is shot by that because you hear it all the time being used in day-to-day language. You understand what I'm saying? So, my man, I mean, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. Sometimes I could come, my aggression could come off as, I mean, my passion could come off as aggression, but that's just the kind of caliber of person I am. You know, being a 5% of building with guards on the street corners, we're always very passionate. I didn't mean to offend nobody in no shape or form or fashion. You know me, I'm all about peace. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's not my intentions. You know what I'm saying? But if somebody's going to be triggered, obviously, as he is, I have to be able to, you know, argue my stance. And like what was bothering me about this man is that he's just putting blanket terms over everybody, and he's putting his experiences onto the whole world. Like, I understand, you know, Texas and Cali, like Mexicans, they have different relationships with African Americans, but where we from, that's not how it is. You know, the Puerto Ricans, like Tekashi 6ix9ine he was talking about, like, that wasn't him trying to jack somebody's culture. That was a culture he grew up in, as much of a rat he was. There's 100 Puerto Ricans and Dominicans using this vernacular every single day, and nobody's saying nothing. I've been all throughout this country, and I've always spoke my mind freely, and nobody's ever checked me, because everybody's operating, or those who know, are operating off of a spirit. We ain't operating off of no skin color. I can show you at least 3 families in North Carolina and Louisiana that got relatives who are quote unquote African American who look just like me, and they see that. They see that. See, at the end of the day, the black man is the original man of the planet Earth, from which all human families derive from. So my whole thing is this: if we're gonna sit here and take that stand, saying we the original people of the planet Earth, we have to be able to see ourselves in all human families. This is why black people are so forgiving. This is why black people are so welcoming to all other people, because they're their fathers. They're the mothers of all human families. You understand what I'm saying? So we got to be careful about this polarization and this tribalism and divisive mentality that we feed into. And my man's a prime example of that, man. We talking about ADOS, talking about all these terminologies that's dividing people, and you over here and I'm over there. That, like I said, that is a conquer and divide technique that has been utilized throughout times. We supposed to add on, man. We supposed to see ourselves in each other and move forward. You know what I'm saying? Not continue to hash out all this dumb shit that really has no bearing on today's climate. And I'm not sitting here saying that we reject our history and we don't bear witness to the realities that we all, you know what I'm saying, came up under. Nah, we definitely scrutinize that, and we definitely right the wrongs and things of that nature. But we just have to be wise and operate in a certain capacity where we're not being victims.
Yeah. Very well said. Only amendment I would make to that is every man out there is my brother. You know,
indeed,
black, white,
say the same thing,
you know,
until they prove
orange,
otherwise.
purple. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, until they prove otherwise. Indeed.
You know,
I'm on that same time.
Now the thing is, can we give me a second? Let my man Zachariah, Zach, please chime in.
So you talking about that? He talking about that, about peace and all this to understand. And no, you do have Latinos in New York who are anti-black. We see that on Chivo's channel.
Yeah, okay. Yes, scumbags will scumbag. Yes, scumbags will scumbag. Oh, no. What are you gonna do about it? You can't do nothing about that.
Okay, but when he's saying in New York, I understand that African American, the people after saying Hispanic folks get along, but you have folks come behind closed doors who do go behind and say things about each other. Even the little gay dude that was in that doggone lift years ago, like 2017, 18, whatever, Robert Ortiz, he's Puerto Rican, he was calling that Jamaican man all type of niggas and saying fuck Black Lives Matter. It was in New York. So all that about New York, that goes on New York. It's not extreme like here in Texas and Florida and other places, but it goes on. So,
bro, I've said fuck all black. I've said fuck Black Lives Matter.
Yo, Zach,
that's a big fucking that's a scam. That's a big scam.
Let me speak to that sentiment real quick, bro.
I mean by that when they say fuck Black Lives Matter, they making fun of brothers and sisters who've been shot, who's getting killed by police, and Latinos get killed by the police.
How you know that's what they meant?
No, I screenshot a lot of messages. And I live in a racist city, Texas. And we do got Puerto Ricans here too, because I argue with a Puerto Rican on social media who was friends with a Mexican anti-black from Houston. Okay. Now he's from New York, he moved down here. Now what I was saying, when they say fuck Black Lives Matter and didn't do nothing, and my baby not doing no little memes that come out, and some of these folks in this city are police officers, some of them are, if you have a job, they're your boss, you know, they have connection with that person. That's why it matters. So, and I'm talking about today, the past from today, and up in New York, I seen go on Facebook and screenshot people's message. Excuse me, I'm not finished. Messages of what they saying, and I do see Latinos being anti-black when a person of African descent do something wrong, and even in New York, Fox New York, or one of those little stations, CBS New York on YouTube, you go down the comment section, they talking about get an African American person to go beat on some Dominican or Puerto Rican person, and they talking about you.
Can I
They
speak to
say
that sentiment real quick, and then I'll let you finish building? Can I just speak to that one sentiment real quick?
Who getting shot by
Of course
police
not.
when
He don't want to have a conversation. He just want to rant. Bro, let me speak to that sentiment, and then you can finish what you're saying.
Okay, since you're the part of Hispanic community, I think that, and like I said, my roots from Louisiana, so this Spanish.
Bro,
so
you
I'm
said
not,
that 100 times, bro.
let me finish.
What the
So
fuck?
since you're part of the
I'm
Hispanic
trying to
community,
have a conversation with you,
Zach,
bro.
that's some narcissistic shit, man. That's what I was talking about, the feminine energy. Like nobody cares like where you're, my family's from. Like that's how women enter conversations, and they like niggas don't do this shit. That's what I was talking about.
I'm not going master's ideology, but what I am. Well, that's my bloodline. I'm going to have a right to admit it. Okay? We're not.
Okay. Let me Styles, give me a sec. Styles, give me a sec. So after you've said this, what weight did it bring to the conversation?
No,
what you said is either right or it's wrong, right? That's how men discuss things.
You don't do over here.
One second, Zach, talk for like 5 minutes. You will allow somebody to retort tonight. I mean, this afternoon. You will allow somebody to retort this afternoon because you talk for like 5 minutes and I have to sit here and hear you talk about taking screen captures. Who has this kind of time? You've been taking screen captures of what these people said
You ain't gonna
in
change
private conversations.
You talking about people manipulating you, but you gonna try to manipulate how I do things here. I'm my own person.
Nobody's manipulating people.
Yes.
People are making observations. They're making observations, Zach.
It's not a two-way conversation, bro. You're just talking and ranting and saying the same thing over and over again.
Call you a nigga and making fun of you behind your back.
I don't care what people say behind my back. I can tell you this right now. No man. Listen,
If he a part of society, he has a city council position. If any position he calling you the word anywhere he a cop, it does have power. Cause now they killing.
Yeah, that's a nice caveat. Yeah, that's a nice caveat. Someone with power. Someone with power.
Or Hispanic, Mexican, Puerto Rico, whatever, who are doing the same thing, killing our people. Killing our people.
All right, you done, bro? Can somebody talk now? Are you done? Or you want to go on for another 20 minutes?
Can I make a comment?
Hey, Denise,
what's going on? Beautiful. Peace, sis. How you?
Hey, how are you, Styles?
Muy bien, thank you.
Qué bueno. I just wanted to make a comment. How to start? Hi, everyone in the chat. Hi, everyone here on this platform. Now I'm gonna say something, and you guys know in this one I stand in the middle. And in my opinion, of course, I understand where the brother is coming from on his sentiment towards the word. That's something that anybody that's non-African American could not understand, obviously, because we're not in their shoes. Now, unfortunately, we live in a world where because of the resistance of people, not understanding the request from Black people, then Black people in America decided to reuse the word and repurpose it into something, even though it's still being thrown to others and to themselves in a disrespectful manner. Now, I'm a firm believer that we have to bring all racism back. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. That old racism where people were racist in your face and use any slur they want. Nobody was crying about nothing, and people continue with their lives or got offended or whatnot. That's what I'm talking about. And it should be spreaded throughout the whole country. I believe that the best defense that African Americans can have, unfortunately, because nobody listens, is to actually bring the W word, the S word, the Bantu word, if we're gonna have just one sector, because the way I'm seeing the whole use of the nigger word, or the nigger or negro, the way I'm seeing it is like a one-way aggression only. Because if you have a black individual that's telling you, I don't like to be called that, simply just don't call them that. Now there are black people that are cool with that, then call them that. But in my opinion, it should be both sides should be then aggressive, because that this one side aggression is not gonna work for people. And also other people walking on eggshells for a specific community also is not going to work. So when I say let's bring all racism back, I just mean that if you're disrespected by anybody and you have asked them, yo, don't call me like that, and they continue to call you either wetback, spick, bantu, or nigger, then call them something back.
What's a bantu? I never heard that one. What's that?
Bantu is I mean, in certain parts of the world, it's not a disrespectful racial slur, but it is a racial slur to certain groups of people,
Yeah.
either from the Caribbean or whatnot.
Oh, so
But
is derivative is from where, the Spanish caste system?
Oh no,
not
no,
really.
it's from Africans, right? But
Uh huh.
but the thing is, at some point, the South African and Rhodesian, there's no Rhodesian government now, but the then Rhodesian government, as well as South Africa, were using the term in order to not afford different tribes the benefit of distinction. So, like, let's say somebody is Igbo, somebody's Yoruba, somebody is whatever. They're like, you're all Bantu to me, even though the Bantu tribes in a unified form, they did call themselves Bantus, but it began to be used by certain assholes to not give distinct tribes the benefit of distinction. See, they'll give themselves, those assholes gave themselves the benefit of distinction. Oh, I'm Dutch. Oh, I'm Boer. I'm Irish. I'm this. I'm that. But when it comes to the black people, oh, you're Bantu.
Yeah.
All right. So it was some South African apartheid. That's where it derives from.
It's been thrown
Racial.
at even African descendants in the Caribbean as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Now, my thing is that let's bring all those terms back. I think people will understand more and will normalize the actual correct dialect and how to refer to others in a respectful manner if we start teaching people through their own experience. So it's something that I say all the time. Instead of asking people for shit, just do to them how they do you.
Do
Give
unto
the
others.
same energy. Give the same energy you receive. Somebody insists on calling you a nigga, then call them what they are. Everybody has a racial slur. Every group of people have a disgusting racial slur that they don't like to be called by. Then use it, because everybody seems to be conservative until and non-sensitive until it's their group that's being targeted. And I'm saying this as a person that has been called everything but a child of God in different circles. And like I said, African Americans no longer need to educate us on how to refer to them. If you don't know how to say the words brother or sister and you call them niggas and bitches, then don't be surprised when they start calling you a wetback, a spick, a bantu, and whatnot. Because that's the only way I think people will understand that it's tolerated, but that doesn't mean it's welcome.
Indeed.
And that's it. To me, it is disrespectful, but I won't necessarily how can I say it, start fighting or going back and forth with nobody that throws a racial slur at me. I will just call them by their proper racial slur as well.
Yeah, yeah. My position on it is like, all right, now if I'm
Everyone, please pause for 1 second.
yeah,
Like, comment, subscribe, hit that bell for notifications. If you're on any social media platform, I need you to go ahead, share a link to this video, share a link to this platform. Let's grow this channel. Currently, I'm at like maybe 160, 170. I don't really look at it like that, but we need to get to like 200, 300 subs so we can bring more brains in the room. Right now, shout out to the panel. Lovely discussions, even though it's impassionate and we went at each other pretty hard. I'm really proud of the panel and all these sides of the discussion that they brought in. Shout out to the panel. It's very entertaining as well as educational. And you guys can have, I mean, the chat room, you can have more interactions like this, ranging from pop culture all the way to race relations, all the way to political stuff. And even yesterday, we had discussions on how to build your own 3D toys. Bring in 3D printers and use free and open source software to do it, and all these different things to become your own boss. Okay, so please go ahead and share a link so that you can bring more people in, so we can have more brains in the room to have more feedback, more interactions, and more interplay. Panel, please continue.
Where all right. Well, I wanted to build and add on to what she was saying. My position on it is simply like, if it really all depends on like the cipher I'm in, right? For instance, so like, let's say I'm building with somebody in the Nation of Islam, and I know he's an upright brother, and he would be triggered by a certain vernacular. And if he's not using that terminology and he wants me to refrain from using it, then of course I'm going to respect him and not use that vernacular, regardless of how I see that vernacular or not. You know what I'm saying? However, one thing, me personally, I'm not gonna go for is somebody to tell me how to use my tongue when they're using the same exact vernacular. It's I push back when they try to draw the line in the sand and say I'm something different than you. That's what is that in the background? Because I'm having a hard time focusing on what I'm saying with all that going on. Oh, my bad, part itself. Damn, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying?
Somebody trying to tell you not to use a particular word when words will use against you. Like
if they're
I was
using the
trying to.
same, if they're using the same vernacular, like if you're like, yo, my nigga, you can't say that word. I'm like, what you mean, bro? You just call me your nigga. Like, what you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Then that's when I push back. It's like, bro, we want in the same, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's when I push back, is when they try to separate, because that's why I all tied in to like the Willie Lynch. The history of that is the division. That's why you always look at the fruit of what it bears. So if you sit here, you going to war with your own people, there's an issue there. There's whether you see that or not. You know what I'm saying? I have that understanding. So that's where I'm going to push back. Like, nah, bro, like, I'm not no different than you. But like I said, if you an upright brother, like, let's take my brother Ben X for an example. I don't know if y'all know who he is, but you know what I'm saying? If I'm conversing with him, of course, I'm not going to use that vernacular, because whether I have this understanding or not, I know he sees it in a different tone. So because he's not using that vernacular, I'm going to try to refrain from it. You know what I'm saying? So, and I want to leave with, or at least want to stop with this quote here, is from my brother, Dr. Khalid Muhammad. What he said is, when you rob people of a knowledge of self, they systematic take on their oppressor's mentality. Because if you take their language away from them, their religion, their folklores, and you replace it with yours and your value system, they're going to start to take on those characteristics. And like I said, with the Willie Lynch letters, he said, if you apply these tactics, you put light against the dark, the big against the little, the man against the woman, this will be in effect even 300 years after slavery. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if y'all familiar with the history of the Willie Lynch papers, but this is all crucial to one's growth and development and understanding how to converse yourself with other human families. Because if you're falling victim to divisive behavior, then who really got the upper hand? You understand what I'm saying? And that's my whole position with when I'm dealing with, adversity and diversity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but with the same, if you think about it, the same can be said for us as Latinos, self styles, when they call us thick wetbacks and everything under the sun. At a certain point, you're gonna start looking at people in a certain way and start referring to them with that same energy. So it's like I said, I'm a big supporter of big old racism. Why? People in our generation, I've noticed, and the past two generations, are allergic to arguments for some odd reason. I love arguments because arguments, after they happen, the air is clear.
Mm-hmm.
So I think both parties, us and African Americans, need to start being more confrontational. Let's start making each other uncomfortable in these spaces and clear the air, because that's the only way to reach union. And the only way to do that is to give everybody the same treatment. because we're gonna have different reactions, but at the same time, we're gonna start building bridges and stuff. Because it's like I said, it's something that unfortunately African Americans have to own the fact that hip hop alone brought the concept of the nigga word to mainstream to what it is today. And they have to make a clear stance into, hey, how's now that word is going to be handled, and if they're going to squash it to the side completely or if they're going to just allow it. They have to make a decision on that. But in the meantime, like I said, we should not be using that word
Well,
because, in
sis,
my opinion,
okay.
is specifically derogatory, regardless of if people use it or not. The origin of the word is what should matter to you, not to the other person. And something that people fail to understand is that, you know, the other person that you're referring to is not guilty or responsible for what you say. The only person that's responsible for what you say is you.
Indeed.
So the way you carry yourself has to be always with respect, because it shows and honors the home that you came out.
Indeed.
So if we know there is a negative connotation behind the word, we have to actually honor that, no matter who uses the word. Let them be the circus. Like I always say, let the circus be the circus, and let's just keep doing business. There's no reason or justification for us to use a word that we know we're fully aware is disrespectful, even if it's to a small sector of the African American community. Let's just stop using it altogether. Why not?
Well, you all right? You remember how you just said, you was like, if hip hop has to
I
make a
know, but
decision.
hold on, Styles. Jose Negron has just popped in. I think he's been listening for a while. Can you let him interject real quick? Oh, what's Styles? Where do you go? All right, when you come back, Styles, I'll let you back in. Jose, how you doing?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
just, I'm glad to see everybody here. I'm going to keep it short and sweet because I'm in the middle of a barbecue, honoring the memory of of our brother. It seems the topic has to do with racism, and I just have a simple philosophy, and the philosophy is to treat others as you want to be treated by yourself, and to be respectful of other people. And and if people do not like me, it is their problem, because as long as God is happy with me, as long as I am happy with me, that all that matters.
Peace.
Very true. Very true.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that, like I said, I just came in to briefly, just to say my 2 words. I like to keep it short and sweet. And as always, please be safe out there, because there are crazy people that want to do us harm. And we must do everything we can to avoid contact from the mentally and intellectually challenged, or we might inherit their stupidity.
Peace. Peace to you, bro.
All right,
Wise
take care.
words.
Take care. Denise, I'll see you later, God willing.
Okay, no problem, Jose. Take care.
Bye.
Word. Yo, I got disconnected, so I wanted to add on to what, or at least speak to what sister's sentiment as far as when
Absolutely, absolutely.
yeah, when she referred to hip hop, and she said that we have to make a distinction, and I feel people missed the memo somewhere down. Like maybe it's people outside of the culture not understanding, but this is what I'm saying. This is my culture. This is how I grew. This is how I grew up. This is in fact I actually try to refrain from using the word at one point in my life in a certain space I was in my growth and development. You know what I'm saying? Before I came to the understanding of the root of the world, so on and so forth. But what I wanted to say, like, we've already made that distinction. Like, you have records of, people like Ludacris, like pretty much breaking the science down. Like, we took that word, we took the power from the word, and we use it amongst each other, and we use it as a term of endearment. Like, that's what it is. And like, I understand, like, certain people are going to be triggered by it. This is why I say, like, for certain groups of people, I'm going to respect them and refrain from using that word. However, I am who I am, and my culture is my culture. I understand how people see it and perceive it, but there's a difference between empathy and sympathy. I don't sympathize, I empathize. I don't feel sorry for people. I understand people, and I try to come to the understanding that they're at, and I'm all about compromising because above all, regardless whether I'm on some nigga shit or not, you know what I'm saying, I'm a civilized person. I know how to conduct myself in different arenas. So, you know, I'm not gonna take certain attributes to, you know, of my culture in another arena if I know it's best suited there. But as far as like hip hop goes, we've already made that distinction and we've already said it. This is why it ain't going nowhere. This is why I'm saying old people gonna feel how they feel about it because they're from a particular space and time. But the babies are already living it out, using it, and it just is what it is.
But
Look, man, these
this is
things
the
are always
thing.
going to happen,
But this is,
and people. I'm
can
sorry,
I
guy.
say something, bro?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But
One
this
second,
is
I
my
think
problem, Self Styles. This is my problem with your way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, first of all, are you African American?
Ethically, no, but I'm
Okay,
original. But
okay.
I'm original man though.
No,
I don't make no distinctions between the two.
let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
You're not African American. I'm not African American.
Mm-hmm.
So who are we to say what it's been done, what they can do, and what they did? When I said the whole concept of hip hop, the hip hop performers are not even 1% of the African American population. They're actually 0.04% of the African American population. So are you really going to let them speak for African Americans as a collective? Call
But
Ludacris a no, but this is the thing. Call Ludacris a nigga then. That doesn't broad brush the whole thing in the community. So it's like I said, you're probably talking from, like Mrs. H is saying, like a subculture that you have going on in the East Coast,
mm-hmm.
but that doesn't translate necessarily to the rest of the country. Now it goes back to what I'm saying. If you go back to what I said at the beginning, if the same thing can be applied to you and me, and we get called Mexicans, wetbacks, pigs, and whatnot, then how are you gonna feel about it? How are you gonna see that?
Personally, I don't get triggered by any of that. I've been called
No,
mutt.
not
I've been
you, but
okay,
other
collectively.
people in your community
Yeah,
treat it
sure.
that way.
Yeah, sure. They're gonna get triggered. They're definitely gonna get triggered. But
No, how are you gonna
honestly,
feel about your people
what do you
being
mean?
called that?
Oh, I don't care. I don't really care.
Oh, you don't care about the people being called names?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
So
Personally,
I
no.
see where you're coming from.
Yeah, but however, like I don't see what I said was in conflict with what you said because, like I said, it depends on the cipher I'm in. So, like I said, I took an upright brother like Ben X, who's in the Nation of Islam, and I know he wouldn't like that vernacular. Same thing with my brother Tahaka Bey, who's a Moor. He wouldn't like that vernacular, right? He'd also don't like being called black. They don't like being called black. That's why I call him. When I come in contact with him, I say, "Oh, peace, Mo." I call him Mo or Moor because he's a Moor. His worldview, I adapt in certain ciphers because I have respect. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that this is not how I was brought up. We don't see the difference. We don't fight. We don't get tribal. We are the original people of the planet Earth. We see the different seeds, black, brown, yellow. Well, we see all that and we bring them together. That's our obligation and duty as 5%ers. Then that's why I always bring this up because I'm trying to explain or at least give y'all light on the worldview that I'm coming from. And I'm not putting that on nobody. I've never proselytized my culture. I don't try to convert people to be 5%ers or any of that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how what you said is in conflict. Well, what I said is in conflict to what you said. Because if I could sit here and refrain from using that vernacular in certain people, in front of certain people, because I know like it triggers them, I don't see how I'm supposed to compromise my culture and who I am because somebody else feels the way I think. No, I'm not gonna do that. But like I said, I'm a civilized person. So if I'm gonna come in this arena, I'm gonna build with this person. I want to get something from this person and have a dialogue with this person. I'm gonna have to respect them. You know what I'm saying? Like we're using the word now because we're talking about it. But I mean, you don't hear me saying, "Yo, my nigga," every 5 minutes. Like if I'm on Fighters Channel, I'm gonna be saying a lot more like that because that's the arena we're in. Pardon me, I don't mean to plug nobody. Sorry. But you know what I'm saying? You get what I'm getting at?
Mm-hmm. I understand I've understood from the beginning. I just don't understand why we're fighting so much to just say something that might offend somebody, even if it's 3 people.
No, I mean
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
okay
Look,
to disagree. I don't think I should change your view. I respect your opinion. I just feel like it's wrong. In my opinion, it's wrong.
Well, I mean, I hold this same exact sentiment that you just said. As far as we shouldn't be fighting over this. This is dumb. But I mean, it
Well,
is.
it's dumb to you because, of course, you come from Latino descent, so you have no dog in the fight. Your
Nah, see,
people
that's
were not.
that's where we disagree. That's where
No,
we
but
disagree.
this is the problem, self styles. I get it when we went through dual colonization and brutalizing of our people. I understand that. However, you and me, our ancestry did not partake in this issue. None of us actually
And
had
what
to
and what
go through
particular issue?
this.
And what particular
And
issue?
we'd never inherited the
I do
repercussions
want to. One
and
sec,
the
one sec.
social and emotional waves
I know. Hold on, hold on.
of American slavery.
I know.
Our
Hold on,
slavery was
Denise.
completely different.
I look. I do want to say that um their equivalents, of the N word. Especially, I know where I come from. Neg, like for us, it's neg and neg noir. We will call the same. It's just a different difference in phonetics. You know what I mean? So nigga
Yeah.
for us, it was neg and neg nui, neg noir, which is black nigger. Right, so we would call that shit too, and we flipped it around as well, and into nego and my nigga, right? Nexa, that nigga, like we flipped it around, and it's, you know, I think it's a common or parallel experience, right? It's not the exact same experience,
Hmm.
but it's a parallel experience. And
Yeah,
no,
it's
I don't
like
think anyone, and I don't
when
think anyone's trying to. I know, but
we were
hold on.
called bastards. We were called bastards. We were called savages by the American colonizers in the 1890s.
No. But I was
However,
talking about I was talking about the N word itself. It's
yeah, we
legit
were
the
called
same.
in
No, no,
Puerto Rico. We were called a lot of stuff too. It's just
no,
if
no, no.
you
I'm not talking about the other stuff. I'm talking about specifically the N word. In Haiti,
okay,
we have that same word, legit same word.
okay.
Neg. It's even spelled almost the same way. Neg. Right? Neg.
Mm.
Right? And you know, depending on the suffix after it, that depends on that actually indicates whether it's an insult or whatever, right? So if you say neg nue, like the suffix nue is black, like black nigger, and it's legit like the N word, right? Nigger with the hard er, you
Hmm.
know. But we also acknowledge that there's power behind it, like you're letting people trigger you by using it and stuff like that. But um I don't know, man. And nobody's really telling African Americans what to feel offended by, not to feel offended by. It's just basically acknowledging observations. You know what I mean? At least for me, I'm just acknowledging observations.
Not only
Yeah.
So
that, I don't think the word is triggered because there's a lot of people that still, frown upon the N word, but they don't get triggered because for you to get triggered, you have to get like the brother here, Zacharias, that he was triggered. But
Oh yeah.
what I mean is like, it's time for us to just adjust to the times we live in and actually understand where things come from because like I said, bring all racism back. Let's start giving
yeah,
people the treatment it's like I always said, not just with the N word itself, but even us on this channels, bro. You
yeah,
give what you get,
yeah.
and
If
no
I have
matter
time
if
for it,
people
I
get
will give them
triggered.
something back.
Yeah, look at how me and Soul Styles are disagreeing, and we still can be respectful of one another.
Yeah,
And it doesn't have to translate into this whole name calling bullshit that we have seen before. And it's like I said, it's something that and that's why I'm giving him energy and my energy and respect. But also, if somebody comes at me with like dark energy and shit, I can also get ghetto too.
hmm
You give me ratchet, I'll give you ratchet. You give me respectful behavior, I'll give you respectful behavior. I give what I get.
Yeah, indeed.
So definitely, I'm a big supporter on that. And like I said, it's time for African Americans to start giving what they get. If you get disrespected, then disrespect people forward. Learn from your old masters in the past. Learn how to be also the same way if you have encountered racist people. Instead of just asking them nicely or complaining, no more time for complaining now. Now it's time to give people the same energy they give you.
Right. I think a lot of the times when I get into these builds, I mean, I always like to give credence what credence is due. So the fact that, I grew up in the wilderness of North America, this is all I know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that my perspective is going to be different. You know what I'm saying? Especially coming from the culture and the way of life that I'm a participant in. So I definitely understand the sentiment as far as we can't tell African Americans what to do, but when you raised with African Americans in an African American household, adapt African American culture, and it's all I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm very familiar and in tune with my heritage, because heritage is what you inherit, where you derive from. Culture is your customs, ways, and actions. So if I walk it, I talk it, I live it, it's my culture. That's what I'm saying. So I understand. I'm acknowledging that this is probably why I feel the way I feel, because I would never felt a guest at the barbecue. I didn't ever the whole saying, you invited to the barbecue. Like, I've never felt a guest in the home of hip hop, Black culture, because the way I was taught was, you are me and I am you. I see myself in you. And this was told to me by young African American brothers who was doing a job as civilized people, steering me away from a devious path of destruction, self-destruction. They gave me a knowledge of myself, just like they gave the black seed and the brown seed and the yellow seed. And I'm the yellow seed. You know what I'm saying? They taught us to not be different or be at war with one another, and to go out there and teach all human families of the planet Earth and bring it together. You know what I'm saying? So that's where a lot of my, my perspective is coming from. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I have empathy. Sympathy and empathy are two different things. Sympathy, like I said, is feeling sorry for people. I don't feel sorry for nobody. I don't do the whole victim mentality. But empathizing, that means you come to a level of understanding. You can have respect for the person, compassion for the person, and then you operate in a civilized manner. So like I said, of course, I'm not gonna go in a certain cipher and like, nah, this, I'm a nigga, and you can't tell me nothing. Like, hell no, I'm not gonna do that. And especially when it comes to my elders, taking note of the worldview that they grew up in, I'm gonna be extra sensitive to them. You know what I'm saying? But nah, what did I say? Peace.
Yeah, no, sure. I don't, like I said, I don't like to tell people like how much they want or could say about the way they carry themselves. I'm no one to say to anybody what to say and not to say. Just
You see that screen right there? That's the shit I had to grow up with. I felt almost zero difference when I came here from Haiti. Like when racist people, like let's say racist tourists and stuff like that, would go there, like racist French tourists. That's what the fuck they call us. It's like the same shit. Very same shit.
The biggest tourists in Haiti is the French. They're the biggest tourists.
Yeah, there's some tourists. The thing is, and I don't want to malign them, the vast majority of the white French tourists who went there, they got there and they were respectful. But every once in a while, you'd get like a fucking nationalist, a French nationalist. Like, what the fuck are you doing here? You're far from home, homie. Like,
But like I'm saying, like how like in Cuba, like their biggest tourists are like Canadians and some other place. So would you say Haiti, the number one tourist group is the Frenchies?
No, it's American.
Oh, Americans. Oh, okay, okay.
That's the number one tourist group. And then when they get there, some of them bring a lot of them bad American habits with them, including the N-word, like that. And the racism and stuff like that. But the thing is, these are individuals. It's not to say like the vast majority of, it's not the collective. It's fucking individuals. And we know how to compartmentalize that. But there is a caveat in there, which is we ended up calling each other that after the French had trained us on how to call each other that shit, and then they left. Right? No, well, they didn't leave. We did what we did. and they weren't there no more, right?
They got impaled.
And then we maintained that cycle of abuse among each other. Later on, and I do have to say that to support Self Styles point here, that influences from African Americans did have a hand in teaching us how to flip the word. I don't think we flipped. Someone will have to, a more OG Haitian will have to correct me on this, but I don't recall us flipping our word before Americans flipped their words. So I think Americans flipped their words with
Yeah.
people like Nas and Wu Tang and all these different people where they call each other that affectionately. Yeah, that's my nigga. And the all these different things that we heard through hip hop, right?
Not
It
only that,
translated directly over to Haitian. So my
even in
nigga
Puerto
became
Rico, when we didn't used to use the term "my nigga," it started being thrown out when Usher,
there you go.
50 Cent, LL Cool J started,
Hmm.
entering and their inception into the island with their music and their,
Hmm.
Yeah.
the
Hey,
way they
listen.
carry themselves. So
Shout
just like
out
I
to
said,
African Americans.
they have to actually decide as a collective what's gonna happen with the word, either
Well,
embrace
I
it,
don't think they
become
held a
fluid.
meeting. Well, I don't think
But
they held a meeting. It's just something that
yo,
that that
yo, can I?
naturally happened.
Yeah, I want to say this real quick because like
Yeah.
like what's happening in front of our eyes is a birth of a language. Like, all right, see, we have to understand this country is very young. We got Puerto Rico has a lot of history. The Dominican Republic has a lot of history. Haiti has a lot of history. And if you look at the structure of, that's why I love language. I don't know if you guys
I'll
noticed
be
that.
back, guys.
All right, peace, sis. I love language. I don't know if you've noticed that, but always bringing up etymology, linguistics. I love language, and the thing I admire about our culture being Caribbean people is that we've managed to create languages in defiance of our colonial powers. So this is where you get Patois. This is where you get French Creole or Haitian Creole. And even if you go to Puerto Rico, bro, they don't speak actual Castilian Spanish. They speak a very broken Spanish that's borderline Creole itself that drops certain vowels that wasn't used in African vernacular. So here in the wilderness of North America, what you see is the birth of a new language. It's called AAVE, I think some linguists call it, African American Vernacular English, or as we like to say, Ebonics. So, I could be sitting here speaking to one of my brothers, and you would think that I'm not even speaking. I mean, yeah, you like he's speaking English, but what the fuck is he saying? You know what I'm saying? Like whether you're
Yeah.
talking about like, yo, Yana dig, you know what I'm saying? Like who understands that? If you're not in the circle, you're not going to understand it. And we do these things in order to create our own subculture so we can communicate with each other because we've gone through historical traumas where we have to hide and conceal certain things. You know what I'm saying? So what we're bearing witness to is a birth of a language. And whether people want to respect it or not, that's what's happening. We could converse all day amongst each other in our chosen tongues. You know what I mean? Whether it be proper English, Spanish, vernacular English, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But in the next 300 years from now, 200 years from now, I promise you, bro, AAVE or Ebonics will be an official language. It's almost already there.
Okay, but here's my problem with this whole thing, uh, in its totality.
Mm-hmm.
And the time it took us to have this conversation about something we don't really have any control over, Bill Gates probably bought another hectare of land that he's going to use to feed us GMOs. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? That's what I was
That's
saying before.
that's the real deal right there.
Where you say
You
he
know,
bought the land at?
no, another hectare of land in the U.S. right here. Like he's buying up all the farmland. What like my goal pretty much with this channel is for us to, and I mean all of us, right, regardless race or anything like that, to empower ourselves and progress and start making money, start making decisions and stuff like that. Because while we're discussing highly narcissistic things, notice the only time my Haitian heritage or black heritage comes up is when someone else brings that shit up. I'd much rather talk about other things,
Yeah.
right? So like, let's get what can we do? Like bring something. Let's bring something to the table. Each person brings something to the table that will progress us towards, I don't know, economic independence, or you know, a sovereign forms of thinking, all these different things, right? Because, for example, one of the topics that we had, the main topic actually, was the canceling of the people that have gone before, people like Thomas Jefferson. And the reason why that dovetails into what we're discussing now is, if we allow them to dig up people out of their graves. I've been talking for a while, give me a second. If we allow them to dig people out of their graves and let that gain momentum, dig people out of their graves and cancel them for things they said 300-400 years ago, what makes you think that we are safe now in living out? There's something called quality of life, and living our lives in a good fashion, like we're supposed to. Like Kevin Hart, with 10 years, if they do that for 300 years, the hell, Kevin Hart, of course they did that with him for 10 years ago, a 10-year-old tweet. And then suddenly he can't host the Oscars. That's a milestone in his career that's missing now. You know what I mean? So now, where's the line? We're up next. We're next on the docket. We used to, as far as like maybe a year back, right? We used to clap and woohoo. I know I'm guilty of that. When they pulled down that Columbus statue, I was like, fuck yeah. But then I figured it was a trick bag, because they're gaining momentum where the list will never end of people they're gonna cancel. It will never end. And your list of liberties and freedoms will grow shorter and shorter and shorter. The list of things you can actually say in public without being canceled in your social life, in your professional career, and your you know, what do you call it? And virtually anything else will grow shorter and shorter. These are the sorts of things that I'd like to get opinions on from the panel. Like Zacharias, you have any opinions on that?
Okay. About you talking about focus on like entrepreneurship over the social issues.
No, it's a very complex question, right? For example, the cancellation of Thomas Jefferson and the forefathers of this country, despite all the stuff they done, right? Thomas Jefferson owned something like 500 slaves or something like that, probably more, right? Okay, he did that shit at the time. You know, rich people, that was their modus operandi, right? But now we've dug him up metaphorically, obviously. We've dug this man up out of his grave metaphorically, to give him a struggle session and cancel him for his life choices back in 17 blah 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 blah.
Okay.
There's no line now, because if they can go back that far, look what they just did with Kevin Hart. You familiar with Kevin Hart's attempted cancellation? Yeah.
No, what happened? I mean, I'm catching up.
Kevin Hart made a so-called homophobic joke about 2010 to 2009.
That's old. I
know, but they brought that up. And using that, and believe me, he apologized like 3-4 times until he said, "Look, I'm not apologizing no more." It was 2009. It was 2009. I made a tweet. You know, at the time, it was funny. The shit's not funny now, but you're judging me now by what was funny back then.
He apologized years ago, like 2017, 18. Because I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah. No, he still lost the gig. He lost the gig. He couldn't host the Oscars. That's what I'm talking about. So there's no line. You missed the whole spiel of what? I'm not gonna repeat the whole spiel. What are your thoughts on that?
That's
the cancel culture, and another thing that I wanted to dovetail, cancel culture in terms of the platforms we're using. I want to dovetail into what Greg had hit me up earlier on Discord, because he was canceled off of Twitter, and as well as Facebook, off of regular casual conversations the man was having.
Okay.
But because people got in their feelings and they didn't like what he had to say in retort to someone else, he was canceled. They sanctioned him like for 30 days or whatever, and there's only so many times they can do that before they go, you know what, you're off the platform, period.
That happened to me on Facebook. I mean, I'm not canceled, but I've been like put on restriction for a couple 30 days. Yeah, if you Mark Zuckerberg is a is a not a good
Did you call him Margaret Zuckerberg?
Mark Zuckerberg everything, but I have that book
Oh,
here.
I thought you said Margaret Zuckerberg.
Right,
I was like, oh,
the book.
roast God. But listen, what I wanted to ask was a complex one. Where do you think well, it's not just about cancel culture, because do you think some people should actually get canceled, like Thomas Jefferson, the fact that he owned about 500 slaves, right?
Not
Do you, do you,
related.
do you think do you think we should cancel him now for what he did back then?
Okay, can I ask you a question? How they
Yeah.
cancel him? He dead.
Well, if he's on the nickel, I think he's on the nickel or the dime or something like that. They about to take his ass off of there.
That's good.
Like more than that. I mean, like any schools named after him. You understand that for example, the Robert E. Lee schools, they've been renamed, right? So Robert E. Lee, he's being canceled. His statues got yanked down. Some of it got sprayed over and stuff like that.
Yes, here in Houston, two these schools in Southwest Side and also the one in Baytown, Texas. They've been no, I think that they renamed one in Baytown.
Right. So what do you think about that?
I agree with that type of cancellation. You cannot cancel history, but the honoring of these people, yes, I think, because they don't forget these folks had power, and their legacy of their racism have power today. And you don't believe that. You don't believe that when they took those statues down in Charlottesville, Virginia, why those white guys were upset? The racist white guys was upset.
Well, it was more than that's a misunderstanding, by the way. It was more than racist white guys who were out there. There were other people who just wanted to maintain historicity. Is that the proper word here? There are a lot of people who were saying look, why don't we? It was way more nuanced than it was portrayed on television. Now, you know, shout out to the media, right? It was way more nuanced than that. That's why Trump came out and said, and he made a huge mistake when he actually told the truth. Like, yeah, there were good people on both sides. Now, when that soundbite exists by itself, it's very easy to call Trump a racist. But when you consider that what he said, and give it nuance, you'll realize that there were way more than people who were racist out there. The cameras were only pointed on those Confederate Nazi swastika having people. That's where the cameras focused on. However, there were other people out there who were like, "Hey, take the statue down, but put it in a museum." That there was a faction out there saying that. Another faction was saying, wait, one second. Another faction was saying, hey, keep the statue up, but change the plaque, because the plaque was honoring him, right? So remove the plaque and put a plaque that says here, like put it in context, like this is a Confederate general. You know, he was part of a group that opposed the United States of America or the Union, There were lots of groups out there who were not necessarily violent or anything like that. And on the side of the leftists, right, there were more than people who were opposing the Nazis. There were actual violent people with bike chains. Yeah. All right. So go ahead.
But I know it's a show, sir, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, and I apologize.
Oh no problem.
Freedom of speech. Overturns too. The real reason why I'm focusing on the racist ones. The reason why it was about power. Those men, those statues represent power of white supremacy in this country. And when they built this country based on white supremacy, the legacy was to keep it alive in the future. That's why when you take those statues down, they were offended, because they know that power structure is going down. That's why there's because who will get offended by a statue we take down? But when you have power behind that statue, the legacy of white supremacy slavery. So as an American citizen, as a man, and I don't care if you call it narcissistic, because it's what it is, of African American, Spanish, Creole, English, Irish, who descended of slaves in this country, and also the folks who before a white man came here and the white folks that came here too in my bloodline. I'm gonna speak from this 4th of July, my day. Shout out to Christopher Ass, the biracial man who got shot for us to be free in this country, both for Africans and Hispanic.
So 4th of July is only your day.
So anyway, as I'm saying, I am for conversation because that is taking the power from the legacy that Jefferson and Washington was trying to do, because they put those statues in Jim Crow era to remind you what this country about. This ain't never wouldn't need in the Native American people. Those statues about Mount Rushmore, it was called. It was a spiritual ground for their for their religion. And the white government said, well, since y'all believe this other God, whatever, we'll put somebody in charge of you. And it's a make fun of our Native people being colonized when they put Lincoln, and Lincoln had black DNA, Obama the first. Lincoln, Jefferson, Washington, on that mountain. So that's why. Understand that the men that was helping slavery do not deserve any honor. That's what it's about. It's about honoring the power of their legacy of keeping racism alive today. What they did back in the day is today. It's not live the past. We live in the past, in the present, because people want the past to continue. When you're going against the past, you're not living the past. You're trying to make a change for the future. That's what I'm about.
So let me ask now, as a devil's advocate person here, let me ask: is there room for nuance though? Is there room for subtle differences?
That's if the other person wants subtle differences. Because I want subtle differences, but that's if the person wants to agree. I can't change that person, but I can make a change for myself and the folks who are with me.
So what the nuance I'm talking about is, all right, for example, can a person have been someone who accomplished great things and have had faults at the same time?
Yes, because we're all human, we all fall short. However,
okay, so all right,
Jefferson and Washington intention was to make this country for white men only. And that's why people who don't fit the, especially white Anglo-Saxon Protestant men, let me make it, even go to LGG, make it straight white Anglo-Saxon Protestant men who represent racism. This country is about when it was started from our Native American people and enslaved our African people. Okay, all right. That's folks forget that Christopher Attucks was the first one to get a bullet in Revolution War, while we celebrate 4th of July today. Not those white men.
So Crispus Attucks receiving the first bullet, which by the way is a matter of circumstance, right? Someone else could have been the first on that line to catch that bullet, but he caught it first. He caught the bullet first, right? So him being there, right, at the right place, right time, that negates all the other sacrifices done by other people who happen to be white.
Those white men that was for slavery should not be honored. But my question is, why nobody don't have a statue for Christopher Attucks?
There are plenty of statues of Crispus Attucks, sir.
Can I check too that even in the Confederate Army, you had people of color in the Confederate Army. When we devil's advocate there, where's their statues? Where those black and those mixed race black folks that was on the Confederate side? Where are their statues? Here in Texas, here in Texas, when they stole this from Mexico, Master Sam Houston, the city of this, the day of this slave master, that's saying Sam Houston, used Tejanos and African descended people, whether it be mixed up here, slave and free, to defend their arm against Santa Anna and get him drugged with some thought named Morgan West, the Yellow Rose of Texas. She was a thought. Okay, they used her and they drugged her. That's why he lost the war. Okay, where are those statues of those Mexican Americans, those African American people mixed in pure mulatto, pure black, part Indian, whatever? Where are they statues defending Sam Houston? Nowhere to be found.
All right,
city's
so
name.
if someone who dies heroically, they should have statues too. I agree.
Okay, So, but they make sure them white men who defend white supremacy, because the Alamo in Texas was about slavery, about them rebelling against the Mexican government about slavery, okay, and still in the Southwest, especially Texas, to make slavery out of it. So the thing is, those folks of color who defend the Confederate Army, that Mexicans did defend the Confederate Army too, the black ones and mixed and Creole, where they statues? Ain't nowhere to be found. But the white men, who was the chief, the head, whatever other the title in their army, they lost the war, has all names after them, cities names after them. So the idea of putting names and statues as a hero when they were defending slavery and oppression and colonization was to give them honor and continue their legacy after they lost the war. So you doggone right that Thomas Jefferson should be canceled. And I
Okay,
hate
so
and I put
so
bloodline
so
to come and tell
so
me because what they see me as with that one drop mess what I don't go along with. I have white in my heritage, have them folks apply my great grandpas. I don't want that I'm their great grandson with black DNA. I don't want their statues around. They represent slavery. Shirts. Okay? They shouldn't get no statues. Okay? No statues. No
all
statues,
right,
no names, no
all
honor.
right.
Even George Bush, CIA, bringing drugs and crack cocaine in downtown Houston. They have a statue in a park right there by where there used to be the post office in downtown Houston to this day. George Bush should not have a statue here. A crook. He brought drugs here. Him and Reagan did. He should not get on. Should cancel that statue. I don't know why nobody ain't going there. Now, I'm not, and don't quote me. I'm not advocating folks. I'm not Maxine Waters. I'm no offense to Maxine Waters to go bum down statue. No, I'm just saying those who so proud of it. Why they ain't gonna do anything about that? But they
Let
should
me let me
actually vandalize
let me
statue because it's owned by somebody that can go to jail, and I ain't advocating nobody going to jail be a slave to a prison complex. However,
let me
they should get a petition to get that statue done because that means history was to bring drugs and racism, economic racism back in the 80s. I grew up in the 80s and I was middle class, but I remember seeing families on dope in the hood who were struggling, who families breaking down, people who was on this dope stiffly on mom and grandma against the crack. I remember hearing stories like that. True stories, not no fake stories. I'm 41 years old, and that man gets a statue after his demonic work with CIA and Reagan. He gets a statue in downtown Houston in a little park named after him. George Bush, nah, take that down. Same thing with Jefferson, take it down. All the rest of these folks who had an agenda to hurt us of color, since we not pure white or not white at all genetically, they should not get any honor at all. And no matter what Congress it
well,
is, they took the
I
Cosby
don't know.
statue down.
Okay,
They
okay,
did
all right,
uh,
all right, Zach, all right, all right. Um, I don't know what good George Bush Senior or whoever it was did, but what I'm talking about are the actual founding fathers, um, who were complicated people, right? So they did good stuff, they did bad stuff. Now, what I'm saying is, for the good stuff they did, do you believe that their descendants deserve to have statues of them up, like, white people?
they shouldn't have statues of and African Americans are descendants from white folks too. I just told that I'm a part of that. I don't deny my heritage. So I'm gonna speak on that.
Whether
I don't
whether
care
you're descended from them,
if
whether you're descended from
they tell my relative.
there are white people
I don't
who are
want to say
okay. You talked for like 10 minutes, man. There are white people who are descended only from them, right? Who are not descended from black people or Indian or whatever. They're descended mostly from the Anglo-Saxon Protestant. What is it? WASP, right? So
possible.
those people, right? Those people, do they not deserve to have monuments of their ancestors honored?
If their ancestors was about slavery, hell no. That's an immoral greed. Slavery was
But
an
you but
immoral
you agree but you did agree with me that people are complex and you know flawed, right?
depending on situation. Not all sin is the same.
Most influential people, listen, most influential and wealthy people.
The country, the reason why I say this because their idea of being honored in this country was to keep their racist legacy alive as a member. It's not
They
putting
don't
you
all think like that, bro. They don't all think
everyone
like that.
who's in charge. That's the
They
message
don't.
behind this. I'm not to bash you for being Haitian, but as an American citizen, they're born in this country and they have roots here too, both out and in. And I could be Kenny because I'm Creole too, I'm family shit, okay? Haitian, Louisiana. Okay, so let's be this historical over here.
Okay, so you're also Haitian. Okay. You see the narcissistic female energy I'm talking about?
To the person, it's nothing narcissistic, brother. I ain't not no narcissist. I ain't say I was better than you or nothing. I said I could be related to you. There's nothing narcissistic about that. You should be happy as a Haitian because guess what? If you know that in Louisiana, our roots are not that far from each other. That's why I don't
Yeah,
practice
I'm
voodoo.
aware.
I say all
I'm
Haitians
aware.
do. That because the Haitian slaves came to Louisiana mixing the Creole culture. That's part of my lineage. I could be Haitian. I could be your kinfolk. So when I say
Yeah.
that, out of respect, as American, I want to sound like a xenophobe, but I'm speaking as American by statutes. We're not in Haiti with statues of French people who did dirt down there. We in the United States where these white folks got statues. You from the outside, yeah, you're here, but you from the outside speaking of United States issues that your family, like Denise was saying, I wish she was back on the panel because she actually told the Puerto Rican dude
She's on the panel.
that you're speaking from the outside. Even True Teachers said the same thing the other night. Who's on podcast, Rock Latino podcast. They cannot speak for African people. These people who are white, these are cousins, those are ancestors, those are the white folks. We are not pure black. We have a right to say because they did not want us to have the money of their wealth. Since we had black DNA, they use our black DNA for slavery. That's why they were raping slaves to make more babies and classify them black as I'm against the one drop rule, so they could be an ex slave on a plantation for their free labor, which meaning the slave master get all the money while his slaves get nothing. So since we
Right, Zach.
apply the slaves and the slave master along with the natives, now speaking for historical terminology, not narcissistic, I have a right to say this as an American of the descendants of the slaves and the slave master and the Native American descendant of this country. I'm going to say this. Those statues have no right to be honored. They should be taken down, put in the museum so that people know about the historical reference of it. But all this honoring and veneration for these people who did dirt in this country to oppress us, keep us at the economic barrier after slavery, hell no. No statues, no honoring, no veneration. They should not get none of that mess.
So even if without them we wouldn't have a country, they still shouldn't have a statue up.
Okay, no offense, my Haitian cousin, because we got roots. Okay,
whether I'm Haitian or not, facts are facts, right?
It's my Haitian cousin. Okay, so we can. The thing is, they made this country based on white supremacy. Jefferson, Washington, when they put that the Declaration of Independence, they all in. Now that includes everybody, but their interpretation was white men and people of color as being 3/4 of a person, especially Africans, and keep Native American ancestors out. That's it, our ancestors out. By African ancestors, both mixed in people, was not considered human, one drop rule and 3/4 of a man. That's why I'm against all that eugenic talk. Because they were saying that our people of African DNA, the one drop rule, along with the mother side of the family, if you were the mother's slave, you a slave, all that was keep their production going on to make money, making people with black DNA be slaves while they get a $1 billion paycheck, $1 million paycheck out that slave where they might sit on their behind. That's and they will keep it going on, mutilating, abusing, and that's what that statue represents. So, and we had this conversation because I claim my heritage, and you got people here talking about I'm a self-hater. Ain't no self-hater, it's the truth. But I'm not defending white
I don't
people.
think anyone called you names here, bro.
And other chat, and so I'm gonna clear that out.
Let me ask you something. This is the third. Zach, I promise you're gonna let someone else speak today.
Sorry.
this is the third time that you've mentioned that the country was started originally for white supremacy or like with the intention, right? So let me ask you: have you ever started something with one intention and then it turned into something even better?
What do you mean about that? Like if I start,
Anything in your life, maybe a project. You started it as one thing and it turned into something completely different, but it was better.
yeah,
Like for
but
example, you said you're you're in your 40s. Maybe you have children, right? Like you have a child and
I'm not.
you wanted her to be a lawyer or something like that, or a doctor, but she grew up to be maybe an engineer or something like that, and she's way happier, right? So something different, but turned out to be better than what you intended. Yeah.
If I wanted my kid to be a doctor, first I'll let my kid choose what they want to be, not
I
me.
think you're
Choose them.
missing the point. You're missing the point of what I'm saying, sir. You intended one thing, right?
And it goes
You intended
beyond you.
one thing, and you got something else. You got something else. But so does that mean that you should not like the thing that you got now because you intended something else? So she's an engineer now. Does
Hmm.
that mean you shouldn't like the fact that she's an engineer?
No, but that has
or,
nothing to
or,
do with
or
stuff.
or that you were wrong because you wanted her to be something else when you started.
Yeah, but that
So
has
even
nothing to do
even even though even
with.
though at the time, let me finish. Finish, Zach, because you spoke for a long time and I didn't interrupt you, right?
Apples and oranges.
So
You.
no, but let me finish. Let me finish.
Hmm.
You're saying apples and oranges. Let me finish the fruit basket then you can reply, right?
Hmm.
So when you're saying that they started as this country as a country for white supremacists and whatever. Okay, that's arguable. People argue it all the time. But just because they started it as that doesn't mean that we should blame them for it. Look, we got something better. And two, they were a product of their time. In their time, they thought a very particular way, and they built the country based on how they thought.
Yeah, they
Okay,
built that country
they built the
because they
country
saw
based on how they
people of
thought.
color inferior
Right,
too,
right. I know, based on
and,
what they
and,
on how they thought. Now,
and
now, now, the country's not what they intended for it to be
yes, it
in many
was.
ways. And you think the country is exactly how they intended it to be.
Yes, they did. Because
So,
if
so
you
we're
know
not we're not
history,
we're not free right now. I'm not at home with with all sorts of like way more things or way more means and assets than a lot of white people outside. I don't want to dox myself. A lot of white people outside sleeping outside on the curb outside of my place. So that's not happening right now.
that's happened to a lot of people now. What race they are, but who's actually mostly wealthy? You got people of color who's
Yeah, I'm,
wealthy.
I'm no, I'm not wealthy. I'm just saying like
It's
they
white
they
people.
met. So you're saying right now this country is a white supremacist country.
It was founded on the basis of white supremacy. But let me explain something about you why
Yeah,
you
but
able to can I
all right, go ahead.
finish? I know it's your
Yeah,
platform,
yeah,
but I got
I know, but you
okay.
speak for like 20 minutes, and,
Okay.
and a lot of the stuff you say tends to veer on me,
I put
right?
it on me.
So,
I relate to the subject, but let me get to the subject about this. You said, okay, yes, you got freedom because ADS people in the civil rights movement had to get out there and fight to have that freedom.
yeah,
And
that's part of the legacy of this country.
okay, okay, it's part of legacy. They shouldn't have to go out there and fight. It is country is free, but it was intended for people with black DNA to have freedom, along with Native American and anything else. Okay,
I hear you.
so
So they did good work. What am I misunderstanding here? They
no,
did good work. Look, it was bad. Then they fixed it, right? The black activists, the black social activists of the era, They went out there, blood, sweat, and tears, and many of them even gave their lives, right? For us to enjoy, for all of us, all Americans to enjoy what they fought for, right?
Okay,
So
so my question.
yeah, that's part of the legacy of this country.
Okay, wasn't part of Jefferson legacy because Jefferson didn't want that to happen. See,
So
if
so you,
Jefferson was a
you don't think okay, if
uh,
Jefferson, you're conjecturing now, like saying that if Jefferson was alive, his heart wouldn't have changed. You
exactly,
realize
so he
that
don't honor
he freed as many as he legally could from his care. You know that, right? From his
his
charge.
children, his mixed race children that we descended from. We know that a lot of slave masters they took care of their children. Okay, you had those who didn't care about the children being part black, but you had those who did, who gave them HBO schools and black schools were mainly for the mulatto ancestors. Let's be real up in here, which is perpetrate colorism, okay, and colleges and schools and color school were mainly for them. There were slave masters that actually had wills where if you're part of their child, you're part white, black, you were able to be free. That is very true. However, did he free all the other slaves or told the slave masters to free all the other slaves so they can be free like the white folks? No, he didn't. So he should not have no honor being a leader. That you. I'm not trying to bash you for being a foreigner, but you're speaking from the outside. It's like me coming to Haiti and one of your leaders were bad, and I'm like, oh, why are you getting mad about him? He messed up your country and it hurt your family, but I'm not sympathizing with that person who is with you for going through that situation, or your family or your ancestors going through that. Or I'm over here as a foreigner in Haiti trying to say that that person is a good person when he's not. At the end of the day, the white men, Jefferson and Washington, didn't care about you and I. Even though if we relate to them mixed with their DNA, they didn't care. They wanted the pure white men, our cousins, to have freedom, and we be at the back of a plantation somewhere,
Yeah,
or not have.
that's what
So I'm
makes them a product of their time.
the time transcended to slavery, Jim Crow, and the racism that Trump brought up in his campaign back in 2016. That
Let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you something, Zach. You're in your 40s, you said. Okay, you're 42, right? So did you think the same way when you were 30?
majority of my thoughts are still the same since I was a teenager. I matured.
So
I
basically you didn't grow.
no.
If you think the same way as you did in your 30s, and in your 30s you thought the same way as you did in your 20s, in your 20s you thought the same way as you did in your teens,
When it comes to
you
racial
have not grown as a person. You've made no progress.
stuff, yeah, my beliefs change.
Okay,
Because I was
so
okay,
let's use
yeah,
that as
and
kind of like a template and apply that to the founding fathers, right?
okay, well, yeah,
They died when they died, right? They did what they did, and they were part of their environment, and they were a product of their
Byron
time.
had a
Let me,
legacy of
I
crime.
promise you'll let me finish a sentence today.
Lord have mercy, Jesus.
They were a product of their environment and men of their time.
It doesn't,
You,
brother.
so then now, how can you say that if they were alive today to see, or during then, if say George Washington, who we have on the screen here, if he was
Mhm.
alive during the time of the the civil rights era, that he wouldn't have been marching right along with
No,
Dr. Martin Luther King? How do you know that? Because at the time he was a product of that time. But
dude,
and you have to understand that most of these people, like we're talking about, like George Washington, Thomas
uh,
Jefferson, right?
he played.
They grew up not seeing not seeing black people in any other context except that of a slave. They didn't see any black intellectuals, and they didn't see any black engineers or anything like that growing up. And they were told that black people are meant to be slaves, right? That's what they were told. That's how they were brought up. They were not exposed to any new stimuli. You mean to tell me these same men who were
Mhm.
brilliant enough to craft this country, right? To craft the independence documents and all these different things. These same men, these same men would exist in the 1960s and 70s and see black people in different contexts than what they grew up with, and their minds wouldn't have changed.
They
That's what
are
you're telling me.
oh my God,
How does that make any sense? How does that make sense to you?
they are the originator of that, my brother. My brother from Haiti, they are the originator of that. The idea of taking this land from our Native American ancestors and turning it to a slave plantation country for making it rich to our African ancestors. That's what that was the agenda was. This is the problem. I'm not trying to bash you as a person that's not from this country. I wish Denise would come back in here because she actually would relate to what I'm saying. You cannot speak from our experience. I can't speak from you
I'm
as
not
a Haitian.
speaking from no, 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 no,
Okay,
no. I'm not speaking from your experience. I'm not speaking from any experience. I'm speaking from
I
logic and facts, sir.
can't speak from that. Okay,
I'm
and
speaking.
as a
Let me ask you
person,
something. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
or
Zach, have either of us? I mean, unless you're an astronaut, and I don't know about it. Have either of us been to the moon?
no, we ain't been to. We got yeah, no, never been to
Okay,
moon.
all right. Neither of us have been to the moon, right?
Right.
Right. But based on facts and data that has been brought back from the moon, right? You and I can have substantive conversations based on fact and logic, right? So do
But
I
that
need to have been? Do I
that's
need to
not
have been? I promise you, you will let me finish a sentence today,
a
Zach.
moral issue. It's a moral issue,
So,
my friend.
so with
Based
no,
moral
well,
issue.
it's not really a moral issue. It's more of a logic issue, right?
Because they
So if
a moral
you
the
got to be
people
kidding me, man,
oppress them. That
you
we
you
are
gonna you
living.
gonna let me finish a sentence or not?
I'm gonna speak as American citizens. I'm gonna speak on that.
Okay, so you could not bridge the gap and embrace the logic that I tried to bring here. Have either of us been to Mars?
No,
Okay, but there have been drones and telescopes that brought back facts and data from Mars, yes?
that's true.
Okay, now you and I, who have never been to Mars, we can sit
Mm.
down and use logic and reasoning and facts, right? And discuss things about Mars.
The
Now
difference between
let's put that to the side for a second. Let's put that to the
the
side for a second.
legacy. I'm a
Now,
full
do
of that
do
legacy.
do we need to have been to Mars to discuss facts? So your lived experience as an American in the 2020s, going back to 1980s, you said you grew up in the
And
1980s, so I guess you were born in the 70s, right?
and the slavery, oral
You were born
history
in
with the
hey,
kids.
hey, man, I'm not done. I'm not done. You were born in the 70s and you grew up in the 80s, yes?
I'm born 79.
Okay. So your lived in experience is dealing with that age bracket, yes? With that time
It
span
lived in
from
Texas.
from the 70s to 2021, right? That
Exactly.
that's the experience that you can speak of.
Okay, but you can only speak
Okay?
for being from of coming from this country too. Don't try. Are you trying to play manipulative games, dude? You know why I'm taking this passion. You talking about taking legacy of George Washington and what he accomplished. He didn't build this country for you and I, even though, let's be
I
real,
already
we have
told you I know that. I already told you I knew he didn't build this country for you
he
and I.
built
He built it. He
for
built it
pure
for
white men. And
right.
we're part, I don't care if you don't call yourself mixed, we are. We part white, but we don't look white. We and genetically we are mixed white. We don't get them privileges as a full white man does in this country. It's not a victimhood. This man on that picture, George Washington and others, systematically made that full-blown white cousin of ours to have more better privilege than we have for having one drop of black DNA, where we light, dark, or whatever. Do you understand how people been hurt for generations for that? Even this day, we have people getting killed by police behind this. It's like
Okay.
a little seed that came from the root, became a tree. That's exactly what we're dealing with. So when I talk passionate, like you let the Latino dude that Denise was debating talk passionate, I'm a talk passionate because I've been in this earth since 1979, but I live the outskirt of this mess in the racist state of Texas. My family went through the situation. My ancestors went through the situation, and on top of it, I'm okay if you call it narcissistic. I am related to these people, whether it be African, French, Irish, English, Spaniard, and native of this country that was in here. Okay, so I'm speaking from ancestral pain. I'm speaking from the ancestral pain and
What does that
oppression.
have to do with facts,
And
sir?
that man on that picture took this land, and he could. Yeah, I'm mixed with English too, but he took this land from my Native American ancestors and got my African ancestors and made them slaves in this country. That man, that picture does not deserve no damn honor. George
Okay,
Washington is a
you're speaking from
deserve
emotions, sir.
no
You're not speaking from
honor.
facts, sir.
Hell in this country ain't about no victimhood because the victim stays where they at and not do nothing. I'm speaking
No
out.
one mentioned victimhood, sir. No one
If
mentioned victimhood. I'm talking
Two,
about like
there was
you.
George Washington in Haiti. Yes, it was racist people in France that took over Haiti, and I understand that. You have to kick them out and everything. But y'all didn't go through no Jim Crow after slavery. That
No, we
man is
didn't.
all that bullshit talking about George Washington. That man right there, that demonic entity right there that you have a picture of. I don't celebrate 4th of July because that asshole. I celebrate the 4th of July because Canadian American who took the full board so we can have freedom too when we have black or Native American roots in this country. That
He's part of
biracial
your legacy, sir. He's part of your legacy. You're only here because the things that happened, including involving him, right? Including involving him. You're only here because those things occurred. He's part of your nation's legacy.
and he's part of my gene pool. But since I have a
Yeah, there
gene
you
pool,
go.
I don't care. I'ma say it. He part of my roots because I have English blood. But I have morals. I have moral compass. Okay? And I ain't perfect, but I have
All
moral compass. I did not defend
right,
his
all right.
oppression against my African descendant and Native American people. And that
All
man does
right.
not deserve no honor. That man does not
Okay.
deserve honor in this country. That
All
man
right.
is a demonic
Got it.
entity. How he built
Okay.
this
Got it.
country
Got it.
of
There's
full.
nothing that you said is factual, sir. You're speaking on emotions. Let me move on to another panelist, please.
You
Goddess
not
in training. Welcome to the panel.
not from this country. This
Hello.
historical paper. This is from
Hello.
Hi, Goddess. Yes. How you doing?
Hey, I'm okay. I'm a little under the weather, so
Oh, no
don't mind
problem.
if I yeah, don't
Not a
mind if
problem. Not a problem.
yeah, it might sound a little bit off, but
No problem. What are your insights into this discussion here? Do you want a quick recap into what we're discussing?
sure, sure.
All right.
I mean like from my like I guess from what I've picked up so far, like you guys are talking about like Jefferson and like how people are trying to cancel him and
Yeah.
whatnot, cancel culture. But
Yeah.
you could touch up on it.
Sure. No problem. Every I'd say at a frequency of every couple of months, there's someone being canceled, right? And this time it's Jefferson's turn again. It's two men's turns. Two men were mentioned on the interwebs, Twitter as well as Instagram, etc. So it was George Washington and Thomas Jefferson.
Mm.
No, not George Jefferson. StreamYard, can you stop? George Washington and Thomas Jefferson.
I was like, what?
Thomas Jefferson was from the east side, huh?
But the reason why they're they're canceling Thomas Jefferson is because he owned a something on the order of five to 600 slaves, right? And George Washington, I don't know if he owned more or less, but he owned slaves as well. And so they're being canceled now. And I was saying that once you allow people to go back, we're living in 2021. We acknowledge that what those men did back then was wrong. But once you go back in time and you dig people up, metaphorically, of course, dig people out of their graves so they can stand trial based on 2021 standards, then there's no line now. There's no end to the list of crimes that you can now cancel people for. Because if you fast forward in time, Kevin Hart just, he got canceled a couple of years ago for a joke he made on Twitter in 2009 and 2010. And because of that cancellation, he could not host the Oscars, which would have been a career milestone for him. So where's the line? Because once you stop forgiving and stop moving forward, you're just growing the list of things that you can cancel people for, and the other list of people you're actually canceling, that list is endless as well. Maybe now we'll cancel Dr. Martin Luther King because he had sex outside of marriage. Maybe then, maybe now we'll cancel Malcolm X because he was, I don't know, a bit too extreme, quote unquote, in the beginning of his proselytizing career, and then later on he was more welcoming and open minded. But forget that. Before that, he advocated, being more aggressive. So let's cancel him for that. The list of what you can cancel people for will just keep growing, and that was kind of like my point. And I wanted to ask you: do you think that people like Thomas Jefferson should be canceled, like his face removed from the nickel, and his name removed from all the thousands of high schools and middle schools across the country that have been named after Thomas Jefferson? Thomas Jefferson High School, Thomas Jefferson Elementary, all across this country. Thomas Jefferson Memorial, museums, all these different things. All across this country, he's been memorialized and, what do you call it? Honored. Do you think that he should be removed, stripped from all these different things because of the fact that he owned slaves? Even though he helped start this country, he was a founding father, right? Do you think that he should be canceled because of, the slaves that he held? What do you think?
That's a good question. I mean, I'm no historian, and I'm still learning myself.
Me too.
And yeah, I don't want to like speak on,
There's no right or wrong answer, by
in
the
an
way.
interview, but in my opinion, I feel like maybe there should be a vote on it or something like,
Okay.
because I don't really know. I mean, I'm kind of leaning more towards yes, just because I feel like, given the circumstances, I see where you're coming from, and I seen where Zach was coming from. And I think that really the question that lies, underneath all of this is, how can we hold Thomas Jefferson accountable, his actions accountable. I know that he's obviously gone.
Yeah.
But, a lot of what, he profited from by having slaves, and, the aftermath, even though, I'm sure he did do good things, he, slavery is not like that, that's that's some fuck shit, like,
Yeah.
excuse my language,
No,
so,
no problem.
we gotta hold them accountable somehow, and just the fact that their statue was up, and they're being, even in school, like what I was taught in school, high school, elementary, which wasn't that long ago, you know, we're taught like that, you know, Thomas Jefferson, like he's this holy grail guy. Like I didn't even know he owned slaves, you know, when I was in high
Yeah, they
school.
kept
I
that
didn't
out.
know
Yeah,
anything.
they
Right.
kept that from me too. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just like the fact that when most people walk, and I'm sure a lot of people don't know that, you know. I mean, obviously it's up to us to find this information out, but you know, when we see these statues and we see that, you know, their names on these school buildings, it makes it seem like, oh, they're just like this holy saint, you know, like they did no wrong, you know, when slavery was you know, like we need to hold them accountable for that. Like that's not okay. I don't think we should let that slide, and we should praise someone um that participated in slavery. I mean, you know, like I understand that also given the time period and in their own ways, you know, that's what they knew, but
Yeah.
it's still unacceptable. You know, on behalf of my ancestors, uh I I say I don't like take them statue down. Like I don't like take it down. I think that there are like put up why not put up like, you know, a white abolitionist
Abolition.
abolitionist yeah, or something like that, you know, someone that really was like I'm for, you know, I'm for equality, you know, I'm for uh the cause, you know, I am someone that really stood up to adversity during those times. I think those are the people, those are the white people that we should have as statues, as well
That's
as more as well as more African Americans and, you know, Africans as well, you know. So that's my stance on it.
okay. Um, 18th letter. The 18th letter. Can I have your stance on this?
What's going on with you, bro? Tep, how you
Are you
doing
there?
today, brother? Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
I think he's away
Yes,
from
can
the
you hear me?
keyboard. I mean, well,
Can you hear me?
oh, there we go. Hey,
Okay,
what's going on?
okay. My mic was messing up a little bit. How you doing today, bro? Tep?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How about yourself, bro?
I'm doing all right, brother. I can't complain. Can't complain.
What are your thoughts on the topic at hand?
Well, I agree with what Goddess and Trainer was saying. I think I agree with your perspective, and I do agree with part of Zach's perspective. It's more of a double-edged sword. But the thing
Yeah.
is, like what you were saying, with this cancel culture, is getting out of control to the point that we just can't erase, no matter how horrific it's been, the foundations, and what has transpired.
Yeah.
Especially with a lot of these people, we can educate and say, hey, the images of these people that are being portrayed are not squeaky clean,
Yeah.
but as far as
Exactly.
canceling, yeah, as far as canceling everyone just because of, a sensitive subject, or just because, something that happened horrific in history,
Yeah.
it can
I
open up
wasn't saying put
a
no
bottomless
halos on
pit.
the dudes. you
Yeah,
know.
it can open
Yeah.
up a bottomless pit, like, because like you said, unfortunately, as much as we may not like it, this is the foundation of this nation, and no
Hmm.
different from the French,
Yeah.
pretty much
Yeah. Their foundation. Yeah. They're part of our
massacring.
legacy too. They're
Exactly,
part of the
massacring.
story.
Saint Domingue. Saint
Yep.
Domingue.
Yeah.
So,
Saint Domingue. Yeah.
so that's
Yeah.
but I do understand where Zach is coming from. It's just that if you think, and to me, canceling just equals symbolism to pacify people.
Mm.
When you can just easily say, well, we're just going to cancel this person, and that
Yeah.
that
Now
that
we ain't
shuts
gotta give you
people
no
up for a
tangibles.
while. Yeah, like that shuts people up for a while, because a
Yep.
lot of people too, in their minds, they're going to say, well, God, we've canceled this, we took down Confederate statues, we did, what do you people want?
Yep.
So we have to be very aware of those type of things. Me personally, it don't really make me one difference or the other. Like, if Thomas Jefferson, if his image is still up there, no different from Christopher Columbus or Robert Lee or any of these people that fought in the Confederacy. Well, I will prefer the Confederacy to be taken down because they were treason to the United States. For everyone
Yeah.
that loved this great country so much, they was treasonous, and they were treasonous. They went against the United States, and wanted their own separate nation. For the purpose to keep us enslaved.
Yeah,
So, but
I do have some extra thoughts on that too, but I'm gonna let you finish
oh, okay.
finish
No, I was just
your
gonna
insight.
say,
Yeah,
and like
I'll
what
let you
Goddess
finish your
and
insight.
Trainer was saying, if it's gonna be any white man that has a statue within an African American enclave, I'm not talking about just like any community. I'm talking about once we have things built, established, money, resources, business, you know, schools to teach our youth, various things like that. If we're gonna put a statue of any white man within our community, we got to give it to John Brown. We got to give it to John Brown.
Yeah.
If you all don't know who John Brown is, look him up. He was actually a white
Mm,
man that was fighting against slavery at that particular
badass.
time, and he was ready to go against the grain. You don't know what the definition of against the grain is until you look up John Brown, because that
Hmm.
was something that you just did not do at the time, to the point that other whites had to say, "This man is insane. This man is not mentally stable." So that's all I
Yeah.
got to say.
Cool. 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 But and as far as the Confederacy, you brought that up. I have thoughts on that, and I want thoughts from the panel as well. The Confederacy. Oh boy, Zach, how do you feel about the Confederacy?
Oh,
Uh,
who me?
no,
Oh,
Zach.
okay.
Hey, Zach, are you there, Zacharias? Zach, you got to unmute yourself. Zach, you're uncharacteristically quiet. Okay. Um, with the Confederacy, right? Let me just go into it then. With the Confederacy, there are a lot of times when these people are out here, and they're like, look, we're misunderstood. The Confederacy, yes, there were bad people there who were pro-slavery and all these different things and wanted to fight to keep slaves, but that's not all that the South and the Confederacy was about, right? And when I looked into it, yeah, it's not all of them who owned slaves. There were a whole lot of Confederates were just poor white people, and they had a Southern way of life, and they had nothing to do with slavery or anything like that.
What you
And
know? What, can I say something real quick, bro?
yeah, sure,
Chuck?
sure, sure,
I just want
absolutely.
to say part of that is true and part of it is not, because one thing we got to look into, not only how the history of the Confederacy and how it correlates with poor whites today, how you
Sure.
have a lot of poor whites that associate themselves with the rich elite class of whites who
Mm.
honestly don't care or give 2 cents about them, but they
Yep.
able to sway them for their vote by saying that, you know um you guys are a part of us. This is a part of your legacy, even though these are the same people that are being, pretty much screwed over with the
Hmm.
rest of a lot of other minorities. The poor whites of that time in the Confederacy, although you had some that didn't have anything to do with, say, slavery, the best way that the poor whites was pacified by giving them the position as overseers
Yeah.
of the slaves, and telling them, listen, you all are going to maintain you all are going to maintain the whole
Yeah.
history of
Maintain this here
slavery.
system.
You're going to be the overseers and everything. Even though these people didn't have 2 nickels to rub together, they just gave them enough. Gave them enough to be able to feel like they were in a, certified position where they were, they could still, have a decent living, and they're in a
Mm.
position over the Negroes, which is when you look at it, that mentality still exists today with poor whites who live in who mostly vote Republican against their own best interests. I mean,
Okay.
so that's all I wanted to say.
No, that's cool. It's cool, and that's a very good point. If they were back in England, they would have been serfs, you know,
Yes, one
because
hundred
they were in
percent,
the
100%.
yeah, you know. But now, oh God, South Dingo. South Dingo says my ancestors were in the Confederacy. Big surprise. South Dingo. So why don't you come on the panel and let us know how you feel about these Confederate flags being banned from NASCAR, South Dingo.
And then the funny thing is, of course, that wasn't all the Confederacy was about was slavery, but that was a very big part of it.
Yeah, it was.
That was a very big part of it. And I hate how a lot of the times they try to gaslight people and say, "Oh, heritage," and I hate when you look at the history of the Confederacy and what they
Yep.
stood on, especially when it comes to black people, and then they'll try to gaslight you and say things like, "Well, it was black soldiers fighting the Confederacy." No, sir, they were slaves that was fighting because their plantation owners told them that they fought. If you look at the pictures, you will see that majority of the time these people were standing next to their slave masters and they were holding their slave masters' weapons because they were getting ready to clean them before battle. So people people need to really understand that before they say certain things.
True. South Dingo says, Rakim, my Afro-Anglo brother.
I don't know if you any brother to I don't know if you any brother to me, sir.
GBUSGB. I don't know what that is. Gabus. South Dingo, bro, tap. You're my no, sir. No. You're my Afro-Anglo brother to the French or Anglos. This guy, you know, there is French in the Haitian lineage, but it's it is what it is. That's not.
Because here's the thing we have to understand. Unless we want to cancel everything and create history over again and start from scratch, that's not going to be possible because the legacy of these people, as horrific and inhumane some of these people are, their legacy still exists in the language that we speak today. We speak English because of the colonization of the United States. Well, most Haitians speak Creole, but they also speak French as well because of
We
the
also speak
colonization of the of Saint Domingue, well, of Haiti, that became Saint Domingue. That once they revolted, it became Haiti. The the Dominican Republic speaks Spanish because of the colonization of Spain. Jamaica speak English or Patois, which is a combination of African languages combined with English because of the colonization by Britain. So that legacy is something that you're not going to be able to cancel away. It's too deep in the soil of a lot of these countries to be able to do such a thing.
And to be honest, I love that story, right? It's the nation's story. You know, those things happened and they were awful, but it's the nation's story. Like whatever the nation is, I'm not gonna speak for the Hebrew people because what happened in Germany, I'm not sure they'd want to keep that. If they could, I think they'd change it. But um, as far as what happened in Haiti, that I like our story. I don't want to
Because
speak African Americans, but I like your story. But it's not. It doesn't matter if I like it or not. What matters is if you like it.
well,
But I.
here's the thing, like what you were saying, if we open up this can of worms, it's going to
Mhm.
be a back and forth pinball game
Yep.
between what needs to be canceled. And then for all you know, some people are gonna feel some type of way because they feel like African Americans who are always leading, unfortunately, leading these charges.
Mm.
Our stuff is gonna start getting canceled. They already want us to cancel slavery.
Yeah.
They already want. They
the
already
the
want. And I saw the
LGBTQ
funniest
community
meme.
wants to cancel y'all.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the funniest meme. I never forget that meme when they said, and we always make it clear on these panels as well, bro. Tep, when we get into these discussions and matters of race, not all white people are bad. We know
Yeah,
there's good
exactly.
white people out here. We know not every white person is an evil person that's looking to, take down the black man, anything like that. I've met good white people in my life, that are just genuine people. But when we just talking about history and things that might have transpired back in those
Yeah.
times. But another thing people need to understand, like, oh yeah, the meme that I saw was funny as hell because it had a meme saying America be like, black people should just get over slavery. Then America could be like 9/11, never forget. You know,
Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah,
but we
yeah,
need, and a lot of it is, and a lot of it is based off emotion. A lot of people are not critically thinking when they say certain things, and
yeah,
then now with the way, and we're gonna keep it real about one thing right now. Now, a quick way to get fame and a quick way to get attention is by being a social justice warrior on the
yeah.
internet.
Pretty
So,
much.
a
Yes.
lot of these kids that are coming up really don't understand everything, and and not just kids, but young adults. They're just going off of emotion without actually critically thinking and really digging into history and say everything has a chain reaction effect. So just to think, oh well, we canceled it. Well, if we cancel that, then we got to cancel everything. So that's all I want to say.
Cool, cool, cool. Zach, are you back? Are you back, Zach? Zach, are you angry with us? I think Zach is mad.
I think Zach
Zach?
fell asleep or something.
Oh, maybe he fell asleep. That's probably what it is, a mid-afternoon nap. Because it's 4th of July and being indoors these quarantines. Yeah, that'll get you.
And I just want to say this: if any of you guys have the free time today, go over and support all the boards and Denise's Gonzalez new stream
Yeah.
called
Wait.
No
When are
Bullshit.
they starting?
Actually, they'll be starting soon within the next 15 minutes. So if any
Ah.
of you guys are interested and then you guys want to support, which Denise and all the board are good friends of mine, I will be
Yep.
going to lend my support and
Hold on.
watching those streams. And it's going to be a very good stream. It's going to be entertaining, and we get a chance to get away from some heavy topics that we tackle on day in and day out on a lot of these live streams. So
Hold on. Let me drop this over here. Everybody needs
Miss
to
H
go
is
ahead.
asking us to drop the
Yeah, I'm
links.
doing that right now.
Oh yeah, Miss H. I
Everybody
love
needs to
Miss
go
H.
over
Miss
there.
H. You be backing me up. You be backing me up when it comes to some of those slow tips and everything with their anti-black rhetoric. I'm like, yeah. I like you got an African American sister over here that's gonna hold me down
Giving them
for
that
a
work.
minute.
Yep.
Yeah, I was like, yo, just like I can knock him down on the floor. I just need you to mop it. That's it.
Hold on. Head on over to No BS right now. Boom. All right. The link's in the chat, everyone. I need you to click on that. Go over there immediately. Once you get there, the wheels touch ground. Immediately hit that like button on the video. Like, comment, subscribe. Well, I mean, you haven't. Well, yeah, you can comment before they even start. Like, comment, subscribe. Hit that bell for notifications. And over here as well, before you leave, the 10 or so of you who are still here after all this time, after these 4 damn hours, like, comment, subscribe. Make sure you're still subscribed. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're on any social media platform, go ahead and share a link to this platform, to this video, to this channel. We need to grow this channel. Currently, we're at 180 something subs. I don't really check it like that. But what we can do is get this platform to 200, then 300, then 500. What we need to do is grow this platform and get more brains in the room. Look how much fun we have now with this many brains. Can you imagine if we get more brains in the room and get more feedback, more interactions? It will be a big party. It will be 4th of July every day that we have the stream. So please tell a friend to tell a friend. Come back with 1, 2, 10 people. All right.
And here's the thing. Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
No problem. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, we want critical thinkers over here, people. We
Yes.
want you to be able to be, intellectually sound and be able to interact with normal people. If you're going to be ratchet, we prefer half ratchet, half critical thinking. Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to, if you want to
Yeah.
spice it up for a little bit, we
There you
prefer if
go.
you're going to be ratchet, have some type of character and intelligence about yourself to
Exactly
be
about the
able to
ratchetness.
over to be able to glaze over the ratchetness. But
Yep.
if you're just, you know,
I could not have said that better.
if you just if you just ass backwards in thinking and ratchet, this may not be the place for you. I
Yeah.
suggest World Star Hip Hop or
Yeah.
you
Or
know
yeah,
various
there are
places
plenty of
like that.
other. Yeah, there are plenty of other platforms. The gentleman
Or the
you
slow
mentioned
tap
before.
channels. If you
Yeah,
want
that's
to
what I'm
be in an
saying.
echo chamber, go to the slow
Exactly.
tap channel. I don't have to plug their channels. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah, we
talking
ain't gonna plug it. We'll just, the slow taps.
about.
You guys can go head on over there. That's no problem. We're happy to send you over there.
And I
That
will
that's them.
and I will say, if any of you guys are interested, within around I would say about August, around August, I will be creating my channel with my own live stream called Off the
Good.
Nine, and I will
Okay.
enjoy you guys to come through. If anybody wants to join the panel, anybody, we will be talking a lot of things about history. We'll be talking things about current events. It won't just be about race or anything all of the times, because as human beings, we need to take a break from that. And it'll
Yes.
be a combination of a lot of things. It'll be a combination of current events, daily people living their daily lives, financial information, various things like that. If you have stories that you want to share about, how to get out of certain situations, how to get out of financial situations or embarrassing situations, you can definitely come over to my channel. We'll definitely be more than welcoming, but I will not tolerate any disrespect towards my peoples like Brotep, Denise, Rad, various people. It won't be any disrespect tolerated, or disrespect tolerated towards anyone of that matter. So that's all I wanted to say.
No doubt, no doubt. All right, so I'm ending the stream in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.